welcome all of you once again, and I'm confident that this event will yield fruitful results with your active participation. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 감사드리겠습니다. 네, 의미 있는 말씀으로 오늘 행사의 목적과 그리고 또 축하의 인사를 전해주셨습니다. 이어서 신기욱 소장님을 무대 위로 모시고 환영사를 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 네, 큰 박수로 모셔보겠습니다.
For welcoming remarks, please welcome me with a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, for your inspiring remarks. And Prime Minister Han Duck-soo, and distinguished guests and participants and friends. So good morning, everyone. I'm Gi-uk Shin, representing Asia Pacific Research Center at Stanford University. It's really my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue here in Seoul today. So we are so delighted to be here in person in Seoul. And warm welcome also to our online participants from far and near. We are grateful for your engagement. This dialogue, as Mr. Ban mentioned, is the inaugural event in APAC, our center, and Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future's joint efforts to accelerate progress on achieving the United Nations adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, spearheaded by Mr. Ban during his term as the 8th Secretary General of the UN. In particular, we aim to stimulate action to deliver the agenda's underlying framework of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The global community is at a crucial juncture in pursuing the SDGs. Around the world, governments are dangerously off track to meet the goals and their Paris Agreement commitment while facing an increasingly warmer planet and intensifying impact of the climate crisis. As you know, Napa Valley is about 90 miles from our area, Stanford. So when I visited Napa Valley, winemakers saying that their biggest worry is climate change. If temperature goes 1 degree higher, then it's going to hurt the wine production in the valley. So that's only one example. And what happens in the Asia Pacific will be crucial. The region is home to more than half of the world population and more than half of the share of emissions globally. It is the fastest growing part of the global economy and vulnerable to the devastating impact of climate change. What Asia does to expedite the implementation of SDGs will have worldwide consequences. But no country or region can deliver the SDGs on its own. Goal 17, therefore, focuses on partnership for the goals, recognizing that, quote, a successful development agenda requires inclusive partnership at the global, regional, national, and local levels, unquote. Generating such multi-level, cross-sector collective action is a core motivation for creating this annual Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue. Our objective here is to spur research and policy partnership across the Asia Pacific. We are incredibly honored to do so by bringing together eminent scientists and social science researchers from Stanford and across the Asia Pacific alongside policymakers, practitioners, and student leaders. Together we can advance new pathway of meaningful action towards scaling sustainability solutions that allow humans and nature to thrive. We have a fantastic lineup of sessions for the next 2 days. Today's plenaries will feature world leaders, government officials, scholars, and experts from the civil society sector on topics ranging from climate change to multilateralism for inclusive recovery, SDGs in North Korea, and valuing nature to achieve the SDGs, among others. Tomorrow's dual-track program that will happen at Ewha University will feature experts and student panels on various topics, including sustainable cities, green financing, and human security in Asia. We sincerely hope that throughout the dialogue, participants will share, learn, connect, and explore possible collaborations and next steps. This dialogue is itself the outcome of incredible collective efforts. I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for joining our center on this journey from its inception, when this convening was but an idea. We are honored to continue working with Mr. Ban and his team, with whom our center has long-standing ties. Mr. Ban visited us twice during his term at the UN. We still appreciate your visit to us. Our deepest gratitude also goes to our partners, whose collaborations and generosity made today's dialogue possible. Our co-host, the Korean Environment Institute, KI, our host today, and then Ewha Women's University, our host tomorrow. And the dialogue co-organizers include Stanford Natural Capital Project, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Korea, Korean Environmental Industry and Technology Institute, and Korean Environment Corporation, and Korean Water Resources. So thank you all. And finally, big thanks to the many team members who have worked so hard to plan and execute this gathering. I'm looking forward to a successful and stimulating conference today and tomorrow, and I cannot wait to see its outcome. Thank you again. 감사합니다.
네, 감사드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much.
현사회가 다뤄야 될 주제와
He
그리고
has
이틀
briefly
동안
mentioned
행해지는 이
the
자리의
issues
비전에
we are
대해서
faced
나누어
with,
주셨습니다.
and
귀한
also he
말씀
shared with us the vision that we're going to share
다음으로
for the 2 days
한덕수
of dialogue.
국무총리님의 축하 말씀이 있겠습니다. 여러분 박수로 총리님을
Next, I would like to
맞이해보시겠습니다.
invite His Excellency Han Deok-soo, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
I have prepared my remarks in Korean, so I think it's better for you to have your translating apparatus for you. 존경하는 내외 귀빈 여러분, 대단히
Honorable
반갑습니다.
distinguished guests,
오늘
nice to meet you
환태평양
all.
지속 가능 대화에
Today,
함께하게 된 것을
I
매우
would like to extend my
기쁘게
sincere
생각하고
gratitude to you all for your presence in the Trans-Pacific
반기문
Sustainability
전 유엔
Dialogue.
사무총장님,
My deepest gratitude goes to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the former Secretary General of the UN, His Excellency Gombo Shandisatar, Chairman of the Great Parliament of Mongolia, and other distinguished guests for their presence. With the new Cold War era approaching us, we are faced with many difficult challenges, including global climate crisis. In this situation, the international community must make joint efforts to respond to the current crisis and challenges. We need to ensure sustainability and resilience through green recovery. We need to join our hands together. Asia-Pacific region will start this effort because 2/3 of the world's poor are living in Asia-Pacific region. And small islands countries in the Pacific Ocean are being threatened by the climate crisis. So we need to take a rapid action to resolve these problems. In this regard, I would like to share 3 policy strategies we have. First of all, we should expand our support for development cooperation and response to climate crisis. Although the Korean government has tightened its national finance expenditure, we have increased the budget for global development cooperation, including global ODA and response to climate crisis, like support for green climate finance. Through this effort, we aim to help developing countries reduce greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Secondly, we will use our experience of development and innovative technologies to help developing countries. We will share those know-hows with the developing countries. In order to effectively respond to sustainable development issues and climate crisis, we need to have the proper capabilities. We have capabilities in terms of renewable energy, circulation of resources, and other science and technologies required to make a transition towards green economy, and we will share such capabilities with developing countries. We will facilitate our cooperation with governments of other countries as well as international organizations and civil communities. Various stakeholders need to participate in this effort. Especially, we need to be able to use the abundant resources from the private sector along with their innovative technologies. The Korean government will seek for better ways to cooperate with the private sector in this effort. Distinguished guests, the problems of today cannot be solved with solutions of yesterday. In order to overcome the current crisis, we have to shift the paradigm and we have to come up with creative solutions. The Korean government is pursuing the 2030 Busan World Expo. That will be a platform to discuss sustainable and creative solutions to respond to the crisis and challenges we face, including climate crisis. I would like to ask all of you to support and take great interest in the 2030 Busan World Expo. The sustainable future of Trans-Pacific region will open the brighter future for the entire global community. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. You shared with us the Korean government's policy strategies, and although we need to deal with very serious challenges, we will be able to reach solutions through coordinated efforts.
To celebrate today's dialogue, former Prime Minister of Australia sent us a video.
Berlin. It's Kevin Rudd here, President of the Asia Society in New York. It gives me great pleasure today to extend you all the best for this gathering of the Asia-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue, or as I understand it to be, the Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue. My best wishes go to, of course, those of you who are founding institutions bringing this particular dialogue together. In particular, Stanford University's Center for Asia-Pacific Research, as well as the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future. And my particular greetings go to my old friend Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations, and a champion for two significant achievements during his period as Secretary General. One, the Sustainable Development Goals, adopted in 2015, and second, his work in support of achieving the Paris Agreement on climate change that year. The Sustainable Development Goals, all 17 of them, let me speak frankly, have fallen off the international agenda through a combination of geopolitical tension, a combination of the sucking out of international political energies in the direction of how to respond to the Russian Federation's brutal invasion of Ukraine, as well as continuing geopolitical tensions between China and the United States. Add to that the state of the global macroeconomy with rising inflation, turbocharged by challenges to supply chains as well as to energy prices, the increase in global interest rates, and an impending global recession. If you put all these factors together, the headwinds against substantive action on the SDGs are formidable. That's why it's important that those of us who continue to exercise positions of informal political leadership around the world continue to throw our shoulder to the wheel to re-inject political momentum behind those initiatives which are in support of the planet's long-term interests. Here I speak, of course, of planetary sustainability through appropriate action on climate change to keep world temperature increases within 1.5 degrees centigrade by the end of this century, plus the 17 Sustainable Development Goals wrapped together in Agenda 2030. On Agenda 2030 itself, this is of critical importance. If you go through each of the goals, they are, of course, related to each other, though each has its own freestanding significance. I spent 5 years recently as chair of Sanitation and Water for All, and are now championing of Sustainable Development Goal number 6 about the availability of drinking water and sanitation and hygiene services for the remaining 1 billion plus of our brothers and sisters on the planet who do not have access to these. It remains as important now as it ever did before. The critical question for all of us is how to mobilize international finance for action. One of the things I remember doing in my last year as chair of SWA, Sanitation Water for All, was to produce a handbook for sanitation and water ministers from across the 50 or 60 states where this remains a particular challenge, so that multiple sources of finance, both public and private, could be accessed in order to roll out these services for all. It's that sort of practical work which lies ahead of us. The framework is clear. It hasn't changed since 7 years ago we agreed on the SDG framework under Agenda 2030. And we've only got 7 years to go. We are at the midpoint. And all the indicators are pointing in a bad direction. So if I can encourage each and every one of you participating in this important dialogue with these two important foundations and those other groups who are supporting this particular work, to develop fresh ideas, fresh initiatives, and fresh political momentum to get the wheels of global finance turning. Surely it is within the wit and the wisdom of the multilateral development banks, the World Bank, the International Finance Corporation, together with the regional development banks, and the capacity for blended finance solutions to add to what is still a continuing and important source of development assistance capital coming out of the ODA flows from donor states. This, I believe, remains the central challenge. So I thank those of you who have got behind this initiative. I encourage you to pursue it to its logical conclusion, and not just to produce a report, but to be out there with governments and with financial institutions around the world, arguing hard, lobbying hard to bring about a real result on the ground. My congratulations to you all.
네, 감사드리겠습니다. 지금 이 자리가
Thank you so much. He delivered a very meaningful message to celebrate the opening of the dialogue.
이 행사를 참석해주신 또 내빈 여러분을 모시고 또 기념 촬영을
Now we are going to take a commemorative photo with distinguished guests before we go into the first session. So I'd like to invite the distinguished guests to the stage for a commemorative photo.
For the photo session, so distinguished guests, please come up to the stage. 네, 잠시 휴식 시간을 가진 후 9시 45분부터 월드 리더 세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. We will have a short break now and then we will resume the session at 9:45. Thank you very much. 잠시 휴식 시간을 가진 후 9시 50분에 월드 리더 세션을 이어가도록 하겠습니다. We will have a short break now and then we will resume the session at 9:50 a.m. 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다.
현재 무대에 계신 걸로 제가 이상하네. 워드리더 세션 두 번만 부탁드릴게요. 네네. 아, 무대 위에 올라오는 분이 바로 올라오고. 네네. 그러면은 그런 거 없어요. 그러면 착석 안내하고 나서 무대로 모시겠습니다라고 세션 1에 모시는 분 플래너리 1 월드리더 세션에 과장님과 스피커분들을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 한 다음에 네, 세션의 자장으로는 신기호 스테븐대학교 교수님 교수가 이제 그렇게 해주세요. 요 시작하겠습니다 한 다음에 요 사이에 첫 번째 순서는 세션인데요. 먼저 자장님과 스피커님들을 무대로 모시겠습니다 한 다음에
네, 지금부터 Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue 본
From now on,
세션을
we will begin
시작하도록
the World
하겠습니다.
Leaders
네,
session.
순서를 위해 좌장님과 발표자분들께서는
I
무대
would like to
위에
ask
착석
the moderator
부탁드리겠습니다.
and panelist and speaker to come up on the stage.
네, 원활한 세션의 진행을 위해 착석 부탁드리겠습니다.
I would like to ask
곧
all of
세션이
you to
시작됩니다.
be seated. We will soon begin the plenary session.
Would you please take your seat for the next session? 네, 그럼 첫 번째 순서로 월드 리더 세션인데요.
The
세션의
first
자장으로는
session
신기욱 스탠퍼드
is World
대학교
Leaders
월터
session.
H
The
쇼렌스테인
moderator
에이시아 패시픽
is
리서치
Mr.
센터의
Shin Gi-wook, the
소장님께서
director
수고해
of the Walter
주시겠습니다.
H. Shorstein
그럼
Asia
소장님께
Pacific
마이크를
Research
넘기도록
Center
하겠습니다.
at
여러분 큰 박수
Stanford University.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you. Once again, I'm Gi-wook from Stanford. I'm very honored to moderate the first session with world leaders. So there are three speakers or panelists, and I'll introduce them briefly, and then they'll make some brief opening remarks, and then I can moderate our conversation. So first, we'll hear from Mr. Ban Ki-moon, once again, chairman of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and eighth Secretary General of the United Nations. The adoption of the 2015 SDGs and the landmark Paris Agreement on climate change are recognized among his most significant contributions throughout his 2 terms as a Secretary General of United Nations from 2007 to 2016. And also we are delighted to have you on this panel. President Ivan Duque, I think he will be joining us online. Mr. Ivan Duque served as the 33rd president of Colombia from 2018 to 22. Mr. Duque administration prioritized protecting biodiversity and transitioning to clean energy in Colombia. His achievements include expanding environmental protection to marine and underwater areas, combating deforestation, creating a pact for the protection of the Amazon basin and biome, and scaling Colombia's electricity production capacity from renewable sources. Mr. Duque also created the largest package of social support measures in Colombia in response to the COVID-19 crisis and implemented the world's largest refugee assimilation program, regularizing 1.8 million adults and minors. Before his presidency, he served as a senator of the Republic of Colombia, focusing on policy issues such as extended maternity leave and the promotion of electric mobility. And prior to that, as Colombia's senior advisor to the Inter-American Development Bank. So, Mr. President, we are honored to have you join us today via live video. Okay, last but not least, we have Mr. Gombozov Jendenshita, Chairman of the State Great Hall, the Parliament of Mongolia. As Chairman, Mr. Jendenshita introduced economic reform measures and notable public service resolutions, such as bringing smokeless fuels to households to improve air quality. He formerly served as the Chief of Cabinet Secretary of the Government of Mongolia, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, General Secretary of the Mongolian People's Party, and Deputy Minister of Agriculture. In his early career, he held roles of increasing responsibility in Mongolia's banking sector. And I came to know Mr. Jendenshita at Stanford when he was a visiting scholar from 2017 through 2016. And his work with one of our centers, Stanford Center for Deliberative Democracy, has impacted political reform processes in Mongolia. So thank you for joining us, Chairman Jendenshita, today. So without further ado, let me turn to Mr. Ban for brief remarks, and then turn to President Ivan Duque, and then Jendenshita.
Thank you, Professor Shin, for moderating and organizing this one. And I'm also extremely happy to see President Ivan Duque, who has been a strong champion in implementing sustainable development goals and climate change issues. In fact, I was honored to be invited by President Ivan Duque when he was in his office as President of Colombia. Ambassador Kim Suk, I don't know where he is sitting. Yes, he and I were invited to Colombia. Thank you. Muchas gracias, Señor Presidente, por su invitación. I'm very happy to see you. I hope you are well. Thank you for your participation. In fact, I wanted to see you in front, but you seem to be seeing me from behind me. Yeah, I'm seeing you now. During our brief stay, we had, with the strong support and all logistical support of President Ivan Duque, we were able to visit one of the big national park of Colombia, Chiribiquete. I hope I remember correctly. I was just humbled and surprised to see the size of this park, Chiribiquete. That is almost 1/4 of South Korean territory, that wide. We took first his special aircraft, and he also provided us a helicopter. We flew about an hour by helicopter. Then we were able to see such a deep forestry. In fact, the Amazon River Basin is often called as the lung of Earth. Lung of Earth. They provide all oxygen while they observe all greenhouse CO2s, greenhouse emissions. So at the same time, I was very sad to see deforestations here and there in this national park. And while serving as a Secretary General, I have visited all these Amazon River basins, starting from Brazil, now Colombia, and many countries. And I have been urging that please do not cut these trees. Please keep these trees. They are lungs of our long Earth. Without this fresh air provided by this forestry, we cannot breathe. So that's one very important part of how we make sure this climate change and our sustainable world. Even after my retirement, I am still proud to have prioritized during my time as a Secretary General that I was able to mobilize international communities, political and all these resources to first agree on adopt the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Change Agreement. United Nations has presented in the past Millennium Development Goals at the dawn of 2000. We were just excited without knowing what to do in the new century, new millennia, not century, new millennia. The United Nations hurriedly organized some of the scholars and the business leaders to say something to the world on the occasion of greeting second millennia. It was hurriedly arranged without consultation with the member state and just presented one-sidedly by the United Nations to the world leaders. World leaders who gathered at the United Nations, they were just excited and adopted by acclamation. There was no negotiation. Then this was also for the half of the world people, for developing countries. When I became Secretary General, I knew that already, that Millennium Development Goals was not perfect one, and even was not able to be implemented in full. Among 8 goals, just one goal was achieved. That is number 1 goal, cutting in half the extreme poverty. But that was possible only because of China. China had lifted more than 400 million people out of extreme poverty. That has helped. World Bank's statistics very high. So in terms of statistics, number 1 goal was achieved. Then rest of them, no. Then we thought that we need to have some more comprehensive one. So that's what we worked and negotiated. Ambassador Kim played a very important role. No, I'm not going to say anything about personal way, but we thought that whatever vision the United Nations would present to the world should be covering whole world's people, and also including our planet Earth, and as well as humanity. Then we divided into 2 groups, developing groups and G77 group. The developed group was represented and chaired by Ambassador Kim Suk. that was a sort of a source of pride for Korean people, for him, but it was for humanity. Again, then we negotiated very seriously. And of course, at the Rio Plus 20 summit in 2012, the member states, after hard negotiation, was able to present certain agreement, the basis of agreement for further negotiation for Sustainable Development Goals. It took 3 more years. On September 25th, 2015, whole world's leaders gathered at the United Nations and adopted by acclamation. I think that was the only moment when whole world's leaders were united as one for humanity. That was the most impressive and, for me, a proud moment. I think SDG is by far, the most ambitious, most, I think, far-reaching vision the United Nations has ever presented to the world's people. Then are we really be able to see the completion of this by 2030? The one statistics, one research which was made in 2017 predicted that the SDG in its current situation will not be met by 2030. It can be even delayed to 2052. Then another research, which was done last year, 2021, says that it may be prolonged until extended 2062, even another 32 more years. That's very sad. That's very sad and alarming. Then can we just implement this Paris Climate Change Agreement? If we go like this way, there is no hope. Because of, first of all, the world is divided very seriously, politically, geopolitical tensions, particularly between United States and China. And this illegal aggression by Russia of Ukraine has again, even though this may look like just one country, but it has become a global issue. Now, Russia is one side, with some countries supporting Russia, but very few, but all of international community now supporting Ukraine. So this has created very bad, chilling effect for climate change. So that is the main reason why as a former Secretary General, the Ban Ki-moon Foundation and this Stanford University decided to do something. We may have a very limited resources, limited power, but only with their participation, scholars, business leaders, civil society leaders, and all government leaders, when we join our hands together, I think still we have a hope. Because we will not be able to achieve these Sustainable Development Goals. That's why we worked together with the Asian Development Bank and made a certain recommendation to Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Look, according to our research, and also by all indications, we may not be able to do it. Why don't you prepare another successor vision, stronger, implementable one. I'm glad that he's going to convene another summit in 2025 social summit to discuss the follow-up vision on sustainable development goals. I'll be again participating in next time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ban. Ivan Duque, would you like to say a few words to start?
Well, thank you so much. It's a great honor for me to participate from a distance in this very distinguished panel. I want to express my deep salute to all the Korean people, the Korean authorities, and obviously I want to send also a very strong message of friendship and admiration to Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. As he knows, he is not only considered my friend, but it was a great honor for me in a moment of my career to serve under his leadership in the United Nations. I am very much interested in this panel because, as Secretary General has said it, the Sustainable Development Goals are one of the most important achievements in terms of defining a roadmap for the world. These 17 goals are very well crafted, and Colombia participated actively in defining those goals for the future of humanity. When I was president, I tried that every goal that we set as a priority was deeply aligned fully with the Sustainable Development Goals. And in fact, our National Development Plan, that we called it the Pact for Equality in Colombia, in every chapter, in every objective, they had clear what was the connection and in what time should we actively move the Colombian state to achieve each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. There are many efforts, and I can clearly highlight that, for example, when it comes to child nutrition, we were able to reduce significantly malnutrition causes of death in early childhood in Colombia. Maybe the largest reduction that we have seen in recent history. We were also very keen in making education a major objective. And we were able to give 2 million Colombian kids or children the possibility to have a modern preschool education. In all the population with vulnerabilities, those 2 million children are receiving today a very important caring that is based on trying to develop in them curiosity and talent so that this becomes the fountain of their later development. We were able to basically expand the school system with more than 2,000 new schoolrooms and more than 255 new schools. We also allowed students to be able to have dual titling. In one hand, their high school diploma, and in the other hand, they had a technical degree. And we were able to achieve free public education, free public university education for the poorest of the poor and the emerging middle class. We also did a lot in the protection of the environment. And that's an area in which I really want to focus tonight. Because the Sustainable Development Goals are a way of saying that, yes, we have to develop, but we have to develop in a harmony with nature. And that's why we set the goal to reduce by 51% our CO2 emissions by 2030 and become a carbon neutral country by 2050. But we did it also defining very important milestones during our administration. And as Secretary General Ban Ki-moon well said during his visit to Chiribiquete, he could appreciate that even though we still have to fight deforestation, we were able to reduce the deforestation rate by more than 30%. And that we were able to pass from 14% protected areas to 34% protected areas, including the maritime territory and the online territory. We were able to accelerate the planting of 180 million trees during in all the different places of the country, but we were also able to pass from 0.2% of our energy matrix in non-conventional renewable energies to move to almost 20% which is what we're going to achieve in the first trimester of 2023. Hand in hand, we created the national conservation programs. We developed the transition to clean mobility, and we have today the largest cargo fleet run by electric vehicles and the largest public transportation fleets run by electric vehicles in Latin America and the Caribbean. We passed through Congress a new environmental crimes bill and a climate action bill that was approved by unanimity. And we also were able to let the Colombian people have something that I consider is a milestone, that is the green taxonomy. And we were the first country in the Western Hemisphere to present a green taxonomy that went hand in hand with the green finances that allowed us to issue 2 green bonds. So all this happened because we had a personal commitment. And it happened because we also had defined to ourselves that it is political willingness, but it's also the possibility to materialize these policies what drove us to the success that we can say today we have. But we must continue. And the reference model that we create is the reference model that I'm now preaching as a former president with other heads of state. I'm currently advising the ACME, the African Carbon Market Initiative. I'm also advising the Campaign for Nature. And we want to bring to more heads of state the understanding that sustainable development is not a cost, it is a must. And that we can achieve the 17 sustainable development goals if we take to heart, if we take the compromise that through sustainable climate action policies that are based on the objective of carbon neutrality, but also nature positive, we can certainly make a difference. We have to do it in the next 8 years. And we have to see that if a country like Colombia, that only represents 0.6% of all the carbon that is emitted annually in the world, can do this without being a rich country, rich countries that have contributed the most to the climate crisis we face, they can follow our example. And I'll finish by saying that we have to rely on technology, not on ideology. We have to basically concentrate on scientific evidence and not partisanship and not political hatred and not denying the realities we face. So I see that this panel and this initiative is a way of convening our ideas to clearly determine that we have to follow those 17 objectives, that maybe because of the pandemic, we might have to push a little bit forward, 1, 2, or 3 or 4 more years, and we have to do it. But there are cases of results, like the case of Colombia, that clearly demonstrate that all this is possible, that this is no theoretical approach, that this is a practical, managerial, but most importantly, taking heart to heart, that there's no planet B, and if we don't act with a clear commitment, then we will be in a stage where there's no way back. We have to keep the 1.5 Celsius degrees as a milestone, but we have to do things earlier. That's why we committed to the 30 by 30 in terms of protected territory, but we achieved it in 2022. So Colombia today is an example of the commitment of achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And just mentioning what we did with early childhood education and the environment, it really demonstrates that we can if we have our willingness. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, President. Thank you for sharing your experience in Colombia. So let me turn to Chairman Jendan Shattar to share your views.
So very good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all organizers of this great event, giving us an opportunity to discuss issues of the regional stability and exchange views on sustainable development. As my friend Kevin Rudd stated in his opening remarks, I fully agree that many other achievements of the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon is SDG and Paris Agreement. We have witnessed that whole world is going through the tough times of the challenges such as climate change, pandemic and war-driven socioeconomic difficulties, high inflation, energy crisis, and as well as the geopolitical tensions that are likely to be continuing. So together we shall overcome these difficulties that hinder progress towards sustainable development goals with consolidated efforts and integrated proactive policies and smart policies. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mongolia is one of the early adopters of the SDGs. Parliament of Mongolia enacted SDGs, Sustainable Development Vision 2030, in February of 2016, and which was then integrated into the long-term development policy Vision 2050 in 2020. So in line with the Sustainable Development Goals and its fundamental principle of leaving nobody behind, the central value of the Vision 2050 long-term development policy is human value, supported by the harmonization of the economic growth and social inclusion and environmental protection. So these elements are interconnected and all are crucial for the well-being of the individuals and society. So Mongolia has made many progress on many sustainable development goals, such as poverty reduction, even during the COVID-19 pandemic period. Access to internet has also tripled. The quality education and health indicators, such as infant mortality rate, is continuously improving. And one other thing is my government could reduce air pollution of the capital city of Ulaanbaatar by 50%, introducing new technology and cross-sectoral cooperation. So, as we all know today, there is a global setback, even some regression in the advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Global pandemic followed by the geopolitical tensions overshadow the progress we have made. Recent SDGs report indicate that we cannot achieve the targets set out in the agenda by 2030. Mongolia is not likely, not an exception to this, but we should not be discouraged and just sit and wait. Instead, this calls for urgent proactive actions to tackle this situation. Let me briefly explain what Mongolia has done so far. We have been grappling with issues of trade port closures. Due to the pandemic, our southern border is almost closed and restricted due to pandemic with China. Northern border is almost closed and restricted due to the Russia-Ukraine war, as Mongolia sandwiched in between the two giant neighbors. The situation, so Mongolia's landlocked democracy and its economy is dependent on the export of commodity products. So these export limitations are badly impacting to the overall economy. The situation exacerbated the vulnerability of the Mongolian economy and the resulting high inflation and balance of payment shock. Against this backdrop, we set out the policy program package, the new recovery policy, in an effort to link our economic stimulus efforts to sustainability challenges. This policy package is formulated upon identifying Mongolia's key binding constraints, hindering the development progress, including Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, Mongolia is one of the vulnerable countries to climate change, strives to contribute to their global efforts to reducing negative impact, and reiterates its position to actively cooperate with the international community. National movement 1 billion trees is an example. The movement aims to protect terrestrial ecosystems and combat desertification. So huge problem in Mongolia, and its ramification is felt in this region of the world as yellow dust. Mongolia targets to plant over 1.3 billion trees under this movement. So plus to that, the geographical location of Mongolia and its weather conditions indicate that we have renewable energy resource that could count to 2,600 gigawatt. And Mongolia considered one of the 10 richest countries in terms of variety and volume of mineral resource, including the rare earth and other materials of the lithium and other battery storage. So accordingly, Mongolia is aiming to refine its legislative network to implement large-scale battery storage projects based on the hydroelectric and other renewable energy plants. So Mongolia is having great potential for renewable energies. So all these indicators show that the renewable power is good resource for Mongolia. So at the end, especially amidst this geopolitical tension, platforms such as this Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue to discuss strategies, opportunities, and challenges is extremely important. Stronger partnerships at the regional and global level are critical in progressing towards the 2030 agenda. Let me conclude here that thank you very much for your attention. Let's all remember that we are in it together. So let's continue our work and let's keep remembering why we do it so that our next generation can still live happy, healthy lives on this planet. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing your insights. We have about only 20 minutes to continue. So maybe let's just start with aftermath of UN Climate Summit in Glasgow in November of 2021. We know that achieving SDG is a very complex process involving multi-players at many different levels. And I believe last year, leaders left the summit with a lot of commitment and pledges to tackle the climate crisis. But then we know that the Russian invasion of Ukraine and increasing inflation. I mean, we just feel inflation and energy crisis. And still lingering effect of COVID and growing US-China tensions. And there may be some, even disagreements or discourse between national interests and global mandate to solve climate crisis. So I think that's a reality. So in other words, no one will argue about the value of achieving SDGs, but reality is much more complex and much more challenging. So what should we expect? I mean, this is a question to all three of you. Is there any good news to highlight? Or should we remain pessimistic about the future in solving this climate issue? So maybe Mr. Ban first.
You talk about Glasgow COP summit meeting, and we are also expecting next month Sharm el-Sheikh COP meeting. So what can you expect at this time? we had the highest level of expectations on Glasgow summit because of the influence and capacity of a British government to carry something. I think the results were mixed, but more positive. But at the same time, there was considerable disappointment when still the leaders of the world were not able to firmly agree on the target year of decarbonization. We expected that there should be a firm agreement by all the countries, carbon neutrality by 2050. Of course, more than 150 countries are committed carbon neutrality 2050, but they were not able to agree legally, politically. The agreement was that instead of by the end of 2050, they agreed that this was a diluted, that by and around the middle of the century. This was quite disappointing. In Sharm el-Sheikh, I hope that the leaders will really agree the clear target year, 2050, with that by 2030, these nationally determined contributions will be more ambitious. One very disappointing thing is that the Chinese government, no, not Chinese, I'm sorry, Indian government has announced and insisted that they cannot do it and that they can do it only by 2070. It's 20 years behind. And their argument is that while India is the number 3rd greenhouse gas emitting country in total tonnage, then their per capita, not per capita income, per capita quantity of greenhouse gas emission stands 110th. So they say, we are not responsible for all this. You are responsible, Americans and Chinese and all other. But nobody is counting and calculating this by per capita. We are talking about gross amount of greenhouse gas emissions. So this is one area. In fact, we are going through multiple crises, multiple challenges. This world is not even as before when I was Secretary General. At least at that time, I was lucky. It was not because of that I was more capable person than other leaders. I think the political mood was much, much better then. At least President Obama and President Xi Jinping, they were talking on global issues. Without both of them talking, it was not possible. Climate change would not have been possible because China takes 28% of this global greenhouse gas emission, United States 14%. Those two countries take almost half of the global emission, 42%. When they were not able to agree, then nothing will happen. So, in a sense, but with the start of Trump administration, I think international community's political mood has been, going down. That's one thing. Therefore, I am really urging, there is no America, no China or India when it comes to nature. Nature does not discriminate where you are coming from. These national boundaries or countries do not mean anything. This has been my continuing, messages. Then I hope that in Sharm el-Sheikh, the leaders should transcend their political ideology or boundaries and whatever they may have. They should work for humanity. The climate change is just one of 17 goals. But this is by far most cross-cutting issue. Each goal, number 1, 2, 3, this may look like a standalone, but each goal has more or less some cross-cutting elements. But by far, the most cross-cutting, most urgent, and most important and serious issue is climate. Climate change can kill and destroy all our efforts on poverty eradication or healthy society or education, decent job, energy, water, whatever you may have in our agenda. Therefore, I'm really asking world leaders, please think about humanity. Think about future of our planet Earth. We have not, scientists are sending all this into unknown, places, all these, rockets or whatever, satellites. But I don't know when human being will be able to find any other place, planet, where human being can settle. So this, we have only one planet, so we have to care ourselves. Otherwise, our succeeding generation will have a really a difficult time. So 1.5 degrees, it must be kept by any means. That's why we are stressing that carbon neutrality 2050 must be respected. That's the minimum. That does not give any 100% answer. That's the minimum which we can. The sea level is rising. And we have seen extraordinary weather patterns which we have not seen. We were affected in Seoul, by serious floodings. We didn't have anything, we were not capable to address. In the Death Valley Desert in the United States, there was a heavy rain, flooding, just once the first in 1,000 years later. And I have seen with my own eyes what's happening in Arctic regions, Antarctica and Arctics. And I have seen with my own eyes in Aral Sea, Lake Chad. And I have seen so many such, issues of deforestations. Therefore, there is no country A or country B. We are all human beings. And I have been repeatedly saying that we don't have any plan B because we don't have any planet B either. That's my message today. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Mr. Ban, listening to your message, it's very clear that it's such a serious problem. But then why don't many people recognize or don't feel that urgency? Either Mr. Ban or President or Chairman. Any comments? Because we are trying to promote awareness of this issue, but then for a lot of people, it sounds a little abstract, a little indirect. It doesn't look immediate. So how we can educate the public to understand the urgency of this problem? President or Chairman? Yeah.
Well, I'll take it. But let me just make a reference on this. I think Secretary General Ban Ki-moon was very clear in his intervention about what was achieved in Glasgow and about the challenges for Sharm el-Sheikh. So I think in Glasgow, there was progress made. There was progress made on methane. There was progress made in the 1.5 degrees Celsius as a broad goal. And I think it was also very important that, for example, from Latin America, we gave a very strong signal because we created the largest maritime protected area in a joint effort between Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, and Ecuador. We created the brotherhood or sisterhood maritime protected area, and I think it was a very strong message. But anyhow, I think still it was lacking to have a major substantial agreement. And I have to say this with a little bit of sadness. When I look towards Sharm el-Sheikh, I don't think we're going to get to a big agreement, unfortunately, because I think the circumstances that the world is facing today due to this horrible genocide that is taking place in Ukraine because of this absurd aggression and insane aggression of Vladimir Putin against the Ukrainian people, that circumstances that has created a major energy crisis around the world is going to make things more difficult. And I also believe that the commercial and maybe diplomatic tensions between China and the United States are also going to be a major obstacle, at least to get out of Sharm el-Sheikh with a major big announcement in terms of an agreement. I think that's sad. But I also believe that there are very important things that will have to come out of Sharm el-Sheikh and that I am very optimistic about. One is the creation of the African Carbon Market Initiative, the ACME initiative. That initiative invites not only to have a $500 million fund from buyers of the credits, but also to try to optimize and maybe rationalize and maybe make more homogeneous the legislation that can allow to have more projects and diversify those projects, especially considering that only 5 countries have 65% of the carbon credits that are available in Africa. So this means that we have to massify this market, we have to scale it up, and we have to identify projects that are verifiable and traceable that can monetize resources for the benefits of the communities, the peasants, and obviously the indigenous community. So that has to be one thing of a major impact. The second thing that I also believe is going to be important is that we're going to see 2 COPs that are going to be very close. COP 27, and we have also COP 15 on biodiversity. That is going to take place in Montreal weeks after. But what is important is that we're going to see more countries that are going to show up and say, we are active members of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and Conservation. And we definitely need to have 30% of the territory declared protected area towards 2030 as a major achievement, but also highlight and prize and reward those countries that can reach that 30% protection before 2030, as it was the case of Colombia. So I think that's also a very strong message. And I also believe, and this is also something that is related to the Sustainable Development Goal 17, which is about the alliances and about the partnerships. Because when it comes to climate resources that are available for the need of countries, we have seen a lot of pledges, but the pledges don't match the disbursements. And I think we're going to see in Sharm el-Sheikh a substantial group of private philanthropy that is going to come together and put more resources. And I think that's also something that we should see as a benefit out of this very important COP. So I'm not optimistic about a major agreement, but I think those 3 things that I just mentioned that should be followed by emerging markets, emerging economies, middle-income countries, and also the poorest of the poor in terms of nations are really going to give hope to what I consider has to be a major step. And maybe next year, if we find a solution to many of the triggers of the energy crisis that we feel, we might be able to see as 2023 the biggest objective in terms of a global agreement. It's not going to be done this year, but I think the carbon credit market for Africa and also the private philanthropy and the enhancement of the high ambition coalition for nature and conservation, those three pillars shall work and will work. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I think fourth industrial revolution or new technologies provide us an opportunity to increase public awareness on sustainability and climate change. So, Parliament of Mongolia introduced deep platform, deep parliament project. This stands digital, democratic, deliberative platform. It is a representative, participatory, and inclusive platform in lawmaking and decision-making process of the parliament. So everybody can vote, participate in this comment on this platform. So there we debated on the sustainable development goals. So everybody, every citizen of Mongolia can participate in this parliament platform about SDGs implementation, and also they can demand their requests, what government should do, what parliament and what the public-private sector must do. Another good example is Youth Parliament project. So Parliament of Mongolia initiated youth parliament program last year, and teenagers at the schools debated on climate change issues, how to protect the environment, and also they initiated, developed and implemented climate change projects and sustainability. And at the final stage, 90 teenagers from all provinces and districts of the city gathered in capital city of Ulaanbaatar and debated on the climate change and sustainability issues, and also they developed and implemented climate change, sustainability projects, and they were lecturing to other kids on the climate change issues, how to save the planet in the future, why future generation to pay greater attention to the climate change issues and environmental issues. So they are learning and participating in these environmental protection issues. So I think I would like to highlight these two examples.
Okay, thank you. So we love to continue, but now time is running out. And as Mr. Ban mentioned, climate change is only one of 17 goals. And as we continue our dialogue in the coming years, we'd like to address different goals among the 17. And then thanks again for joining in person here and also online. And then it's a great start. And Mr. President joining from Colombia, and hope to see you in person in the near future. So once again, thank you so much. This will conclude the first session. Thank you.
네, 감사드리겠습니다.
Thank you so much. I'd like to give a big round of applause to the moderator, Mr. Shin Gi-uk, and the three world leaders. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to conclude the first session, World Leaders session of a Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue. The next session will start at 11.
The next session at 11. See you then. Thank you very much. 네, 잠시 후 11시부터 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 내빈께서는 자리에 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. The next session will begin shortly, so please take your seat. I'd like to ask you one more time to be seated for the next session. 다음 세션 진행을 위해 자리에 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 곧 세션이 시작할 예정입니다. 네, 여러분 다시 뵙게 돼서 반갑습니다.
It's good to see you again. Now we are going to start
세션의 장을
Plenary 2 of Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue. In this session, we are going to discuss climate change. Let me first introduce you the moderator of Taeyong Jung. Taeyong Jung is the professor at Yonsei University, and he's also a director at the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future. He's also the lead author of IPCC's report. I'm going to hand over microphone to him. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. My name is Taeyong Jung. In this session, we are going to discuss climate change. You heard great messages from world leaders in the previous session, including former UN Secretary Ban Ki-moon. So we are going to discuss climate actions in this session. Before doing that, I'm going to introduce you the panelists and keynote speaker in this session. And this is how I'm going to do this session. First, we will hear from Hallie Gonzalez, Deputy Executive Director of Green Climate Fund. This is located in Songdo, Incheon. He's going to deliver a keynote speech first on climate change, and then we will invite Nabil Munir, Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan to Korea. He's also the chair of the G77 at the UN. We will hear from him. And he will be followed by Hyo-eun Kim, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Climate Change. Thank you so much for being with us out of your busy schedule. And last but not least, Oh-yoon Sanjastrin, Director of External Affairs of Green Climate Fund. She was a Minister of Environment in Mongolia as well. So we have one keynote speaker and 3 panelists. So we have about 17 minutes until 12:15. Now, first we will hear from Henry Gonzalez for his keynote. Then we will ask for some comments and questions from the panelists. If time allows, we are going to open up the floor to take questions from the audience. I think the biggest role for a moderator to play is to keep the time. So I'm going to try my best to finish this session in time so that we can have a long lunch break. So now I'm going to invite Hallie Gonzalez for his keynote speech.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, ambassadors. Thank you, Oh-yoon. It's a pleasure to provide these introductory remarks to this panel. It's always good to come before your panel starts because then you need to change your remarks. And I would like to do that. So I'm going to be a little bit off script, if I may, because I think the first session already had at the core the topic of climate change. It was right from the start when the former Prime Minister of Australia mentioned the word blended finance. And blended finance is core to climate action, and I will be speaking a little bit about the role of the Green Climate Fund in that regard. But I think it was also very inspiring listening to the world leaders providing their experiences, but also their engagement, because climate action is all about pledging and acting. And they were very clear presenting how disappointing it may be that some of those pledges are not being fully realized. Whenever there is a climate action speech, there's always a beginning that is extremely pessimistic. And I think it's just realistic. And it is indeed that we are facing one of our biggest challenges to date. And that is indeed the climate change challenge. I don't want to repeat here the science that has already been very well explained by the IPCC or by many other researchers, because I think it is clear that we need to act and act fast. I'm not going to dwell into, what are the gaps or why aren't we there. What I would like to do is possibly talk a little bit about how can we do more? How could we engage more in order to really reach those targets? It is extremely timely, and possibly you have already seen that yesterday the UN Climate Change released their synthesis report on the NDCs. And they released this report with a clear message that action is not enough, that we're falling behind. And while indeed that is true, because only 24 of the 193 countries provided updates in their NDCs or provided more ambition to their NDCs, and this was an agreement that had been done last year. It is also important to note that when you look into the report in depth, there is for the first time a downward trend in regards to expected emissions. So while it's indeed that we are far from reaching that goal, it is important to also note that there is this sort of downward trend that has started. And it's the first time that such downward trend is reported. So while it is important to be cautious and be clear and demand a lot more action from our politicians and those that are at the policy making and negotiation table, it is also important to note that action can really change the course of history if we do it right and if we do it quickly. So that's a little bit something that I'd like to somehow bring to this conversation, and we will be hearing from the ambassadors themselves because they and their countries are going to be extremely active in the Sharm el-Sheikh negotiations that are happening in less than a week and a half. And some of us will be there watching, but also making our voices heard. So I think it is important to somehow really shift the conversation of how do we move from negotiating into implementing. And indeed, how do we make sure that we go and be more ambitious? And I think ambition is indeed a word that maybe sometimes it's overused, but here we all need to be more ambitious. And that goes from citizens who are obviously using the resources. It is from civil society that is trying to keep politicians honest and engaging on how they really can do a better job. It is for the private sector to really make those net zero claims true. It's not just an announcement, it's also an action plan, it's also a way forward. But it is also for a lot of us engaged here, either from academia or also from the multilateral development banks or also from entities that are engaged in climate change, on how do we make sure that we just do not become complacent. Because while it is important to celebrate, we are far from that goal. And that's a little bit how I wanted to bring this sort of conversation. On the topic of blended finance, there's been, and blended finance, which is understood on how to use limited public capital to crowd in private investments. There's a recent report by Convergence. Convergence is a Canadian-based, industry association on blended finance. 2/3 of the blended finance commitments are now targeted to climate. 2/3. A few years ago, it was mostly financial access, or it was also in other sectors. Now, 2/3 of that is going there. 33% of the official development assistance, ODA, also has climate as the target. While 33 might be low, it is important to note that climate, as it has already been explained in the previous panel, is transversal to all the SDGs that are out there. While we do have an SDG on climate action, or you could have an SDG on electricity for all, climate is part of health, is part of poverty reduction, is part of industries and cities, and overall is part of Goal 17, which is partnerships. And this is exactly at the core of what the Green Climate Fund is all about. So I'd like to now turn the attention to GCF, the Green Climate Fund. And I start by thanking the Korean government and the Incheon government because they are our host of the Green Climate Fund. Oh-Young and I are very blessed to be based in Sondo. I actually live in Seoul, but I work in Sondo, so I do the commute. So I'm able to enjoy both parts. But it is indeed a privilege and also an opportunity to see Korea in action as Korea also increases its ambitions to climate. So the GCF currently was created by the UNFCCC in the Cancun COP about 12 years ago. However, we also became a financial mechanism of COP21 in Paris. And it is the Paris Agreement that actually made the Green Climate Fund operational. So our first investment, which was actually with one funding proposal in Peru, that was our FP001 by Profanampe, which is our partner in Peru, was done in 2015. Fast forward 7 years, we have already approved 209 projects. We actually held our meeting last week, and we were able to approve 9 projects. Those 209 projects total $11.3 billion of GCF capital. That is commitments that we have made using our resources. And we have been able to secure co-financing for those 209 projects for $42.4 billion. And this is across 140 countries. So in 7 years, already amassing a portfolio of over $40 billion, out of which about 10 is our own capital, I think it's something to celebrate, and we are very proud of that. Having said this only represents 2 to 3% of all the capital that is flowing or should be flowing into climate. So then our biggest question as GCF is, are we using our capital in the most catalytic way? Is this the best use of the limited resources to really crowding private capital or try to actually, move the frontier in regards to investments in climate? That's a question that I always ask, and I think everybody at GCF has that in their analysis, because this is our accountability. We have been entrusted by our contributors to manage our fund, and we've been entrusted by the developing countries to make sure that we give them access to our funds. It's not an easy journey. It is indeed a challenging, but it is a phenomenal mission to sort of try to do our best. And we do this by 4 important prongs or 4 important pillars on how GCF is trying to really, play this catalytic role. The first one is we support policymakers in creating an enabling environment in order to make sure that we're able to bring down all the barriers to capital. And we do this at the country level. We do this with our partners. GCF is a partnership organization. We are not making investments directly. We use partners for our funding proposals. We are partners for our readiness. Actually, I know that there are a few partners of ours here in the readiness. So we try to work through associations, through different entities who are on site working. And we try to provide capital to allow countries to turn their NDCs into investable and investment plans to reach some of those goals that everybody agreed at the Paris Agreement. So that's the first pillar, creating an enabling environment. We do this through readiness, as I said. Each country has access to capital, and we're trying to deploy that. The second one is innovation. We try to make sure that we push the frontier, but not just innovation as technology, which we of course do. We're supporting incubators and accelerators. We just approved a project last week to create incubators and accelerators in Latin America and in Africa. But we also like to use innovation in business models, innovations in financial structures to make sure that we push that frontier. Last week at the board, we approved an equity investment into a green guarantee company, which is a company that is going to issue guarantees for countries in developing markets to hopefully issue bonds and somehow use a BBB rating in order to sort of, break their sovereign ceiling and access capital markets. So that is sort of some of the things that we'd like to do with innovation. The third, which is possibly what most people know us from, is de-risking investments in new markets and technologies. The word de-risking sometimes maybe is not the right term. It is possibly aligning risk and impact in a better way, because de-risking sometimes could just be understood as a potential subsidy, and while there may be a component of concessionary terms, it is indeed on how do we make sure that our capital makes a transaction viable. It is the additionality, it is that aspect of making sure that this is possible. And here, this is the way we are investing in, equity funds that are trying to work with coral reef and make coral reef more resilient to climate change. We're also using our capital in resilient infrastructure. We're also using our capital in creating green banks in SIDS, small island development states, or in LDCs. So we try to really focus on the most vulnerable. And lastly, which I think it's a very important one, our last pillar is aligning what we do with sustainable investments, but mostly trying to green the local financial sector. It is really important that all banks in emerging economies are able to channel funding to climate action. They're able to fund micro, small, and medium enterprises to really do what they need to do in regards to climate action. So we're working very closely with development banks as well as commercial banks and trying them, providing capital, concessionary capital is needed into making sure that they channel that into their countries. So we have been quite active in these 4 pillars, but the journey is extremely only starting. GCF was funded for the period of that is ending in 2023. So GCF1 is our first sort of formal replenishment period, and Oyun is leading from the GCF our second replenishment. We are launching our replenishment formally this December, and we ask all our partners who are present here to support the GCF in this effort of also making sure that we bring more capital to hopefully, continue de-risking, continue catalyzing the blended finance industry for more flows into climate. With these introductory remarks, I would like to thank all the organizers for providing us with an opportunity to showcase how GCF is trying to do its part in regards to increasing the funding to climate, but at the same time, it is the action at the country level. It is those that are being the most impacted who are at the core of what we do. While sometimes for us, it is the mobilization of capital and we have KPIs around those, the real importance is to do a human-centered climate action to make sure that those that are affected the most have better livelihoods. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to listening to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. He set the tone very effectively for the discussion we are going to have in this session. In summary, he introduced us the importance of blended finance and engagement of political leaders and the requirement of implementation and ambition. He also introduced us the 4 pillars and 4 core functions of GCF. GCF is doing 209 projects and about $10 billion of GCF finance is flowing into those projects. It was very impressive. After panel discussion, we are going to have more discussion on blended finance. Now, let me turn to Ambassador of Pakistan to Korea.
Ambassador, please. Yeah.
A very good morning to everyone, Professor, fellow panelists, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Let me, at the outset, begin by thanking the organizers of this Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue for giving us an opportunity to discuss the important issue of climate change. And this is especially true because of when we are doing this. Just a week and a half before COP27, an extremely important conference, at a time when we feel important decisions have to be taken. And I hope that we will be able to take those decisions. And at the same time, the discussions that we have here, I really hope that these discussions will be able to inform our discussions and our decisions in Sharm. In that sense as well, this is an extremely timely initiative. Excellencies, as Henry Gonzalez just said, we always start with a bit of pessimism. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to do that as well. Climate change, we all know, is really a defining crisis of our time. It's an existential threat for everyone, whether it's developed countries or developing countries. But unfortunately, the developing countries are the worst impacted. Pakistan, for example, has been in the direct line of fire of climate-induced loss and damage. It is among the top 10 most impacted countries in the world for from climate change. And yet, our contribution, 0.8% of the GHGs. A staggering 90% of natural disasters over the past 2 decades in Pakistan, in my country, were triggered by climate change. And what we witnessed recently were climate-induced floods of biblical proportions. Just to give you some idea of what it was, a third of the country was underwater. And we are in South Korea right now. If you compare it with South Korea, that's 2.5 times the size of South Korea that was underwater. 33 million people were impacted. 1,700 lives were lost. 2 million houses were completely or partially destroyed. And while the assessments are still going on, we believe that the loss and damage was in the excess of $30 billion, and that's 10% of the total GDP of Pakistan. Reconstruction of millions of homes, rehabilitation of millions displaced will require a Herculean effort and enormous resources. And Pakistan is fully committed to resiliently recover from this catastrophe and build forward greener. But we need, and more importantly, we expect support and help from the international community, because we believe it is a matter of climate justice. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to act now to step up our efforts to combat the climate crisis. All countries, and I must say again, all countries must raise ambition in fighting the global menace in a manner that principles of equity and climate justice are fully respected. The upcoming COP27 is therefore critical. The focus of COP on implementation is very welcome. Provision of sufficient, predictable, and grant-based climate finance by developed countries remains critical for that implementation. Because for countries like Pakistan that have actually produced very ambitious climate goals, those goals we will not be able to fulfill if we are not able to get those finances. Yet, progress on climate finance agenda remains limited. Despite years of negotiations, developed and developing countries have not been able to agree even on the basics, the definition of climate finance. The developed countries have not met their commitment of mobilizing $100 billion by 2020. They are already 3 years late, and the trust deficit is only widening. And most importantly, we are still some way away from establishing financing arrangements for loss and damage. Excellencies, I would be traveling to Sharm el-Sheikh next week as chair of the G77 in China. And my hope and fervent hope is that there are at least 3 or 4 things that we are able to accomplish in Sharm. Number 1, achieve substantial progress on operationalization of the global goal on adaptation. 2, establish a dedicated loss and damage finance facility. 3, operationalize the Santiago network on loss and damage. And finally, agree on raising the ambition, led by the developed countries, to keep 1.5 alive. And Henry just mentioned about that report, which if we are in the current trajectory, that report says we are looking at 2.9 degrees. That is almost double what we had aimed for. And that will be catastrophic, not just for us, not just for me, not just for Korea, not just for Pakistan, for everyone. I hope that we will be able to understand that. As Ban Ki-moon just said, we do not have a plan B and we do not have a planet B. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, in your message, one of the most important thing is that our compensation system for loss and damage due to climate change and climate resilience and recovery and adaptation to the financial resilience and so on seem to be very important message, and we need to enhance our ambition in our response to climate change. We'd like to discuss more details of what these two gentlemen mentioned in more detail during discussion. Loss and damage is very important issue.
I think she's one of the biggest ambassadors in Korea because she is an ambassador for climate change in Korea. So please welcome Ambassador Hyo-woon Kim. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kim Yo-woon, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Climate Change of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
First of all, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers for organizing this very meaningful and timely event, which is about Trans-Pacific Sustainable Dialogue. The Sharm el-Sheikh COP27 is just around the corner, as emphasized by Ambassador Munir and also Deputy Executive Director of Green Climate Fund. Therefore, regarding my intervention, I would like to rather focus on the level of ambition of COP27 and what we have achieved, what we should achieve in that conference. And also I'd like to share the position of Korean delegation in front of this important international conference. So COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh is taking place amid multiple global challenges. Most countries in the world are struggling with inflation and energy crisis, food crisis, economic downturn. Therefore, unfortunately, many leaders, world leaders, are easily tempted to focus on imminent pending issues, not climate change. This is one of the challenges we are facing. How to attract leaders' attention to this global, the biggest challenge with stronger sense of urgency and political commitment. Therefore, the host country, Egypt, is going to organize World Leaders Session during November 7th and 8th. And already more than 70, 80 world leaders expressed their intention to attend. From Korea, unfortunately, because of a very busy diplomatic schedule in November, Korean president is not able to participate in that summit meeting. However, he is sending his special envoy for climate and environment, who is Madame Na Kyung-won, a very politically high-profile person in this country, and then she is going to deliver Korea's position in that leaders' meeting. However, all the climate catastrophic disasters happened this year strongly and urgently demand us to make this COP27 Glasgow Plus. I keep saying that this Sharm el-Sheikh conference must be Glasgow Plus. We must accelerate our implementation. We must agree further for global partnership in many key issues based on the Glasgow Agreement. So Glasgow Climate Pact, agreed last year, confirmed the 1.5 degree within reach as shared target by all countries. 1.5 degrees Celsius target. This is not changeable. This is not negotiable. And this is something we must achieve through collective efforts. And it is a little bit disappointing that the synthesis report just released by UNFCCC shows that there is still a significant gap. So how to scale up our implementation efforts, how to accelerate our joint endeavors will be a very important issue in this COP meeting. Developed countries announced to double their adaptation finance by 2025 in Glasgow. And also, developed countries committed to accelerate their efforts to meet the target of 100 billion climate finance mobilization as early as possible. And this is all what we agreed in Glasgow. And we agreed to phase down coal-fired power plants with great endeavors, and also agreed to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. And world leaders last year announced about many initiatives regarding forestation, climate technology development and innovation, and zero-emission vehicle deployment, and many others. So we have to look at what progress we have achieved with those initiatives for last 1 year. First of all, I would like to emphasize the significant role of IPCC Sixth Assessment Report. In particular, the contribution of Working Group 3 report released this year. And I think this IPCC analysis must be the basis of all discussions taking place in Sharm el-Sheikh. According to IPCC experts, in order to achieve 1.5 degrees Celsius target, global community must reach at emission peak before 2025. But it is encouraging that the emission is already in the pathway to decrease. And we must accelerate these efforts. In order to scale up implementation activities by all member countries, at this COP, we have to agree mitigation work program, which is called MWP. By adopting this mitigation work program, UNFCCC member countries must provide a very clear, consistent message to the world that climate change action must be further and strongly strengthened. So we should give very clear message, particularly to the private sector, that climate action must be the areas for their investment in the future. And there will be no backsliding, there will be no withdrawal from our commitment. Regarding climate finance, Deputy Executive Director of GCF and Ambassador Munir mentioned the importance of climate finance, particularly regarding finance on loss and damage. With adaptation finance, loss and damage finance will be a key factor in discussion of COP27. We believe that many countries who contributed very little to the climate change are significantly affected by the impact of climate change. And many people, particularly in developing countries, LDCs, small island countries, are struggling for their, not only with adaptation, but also loss and damage. So there are certain points that people just lost the point of adapting themselves. They must be treated with strong attention to loss and damage. Therefore, Korean government, we believe that Sharm el-Sheikh COP must produce very productive conclusion about loss and damage finance as well. In discussing about climate finance, we believe that the role of GCF must be strengthened. As we all understand, GCF is the baby of Paris Agreement, new climate regime, and it's the organization exclusively focusing on climate action support in developing countries, including LDCs and Cs. So we must think of UNFCCC members at this COP must discuss with more innovative ideas how to strengthen the role of GCF, how to make that fund more accessible by developing countries, how to make this fund more friendly to the countries who are in real need and support in climate action areas. So when we are discussing, and also when we are discussing about climate finance, we all know very well that public money is not enough at all. And also in UNFCCC, although we are discussing about the target of $100 billion per year, but in order to make a real green transition, we know that we may need $1 trillion. And this number must invite very strong engagement of private sector. So how to invite private sector to invest with more enthusiasm in climate action, particularly in climate action areas of developing countries, LDCs and Cs. That must be key issues to be discussed among ourselves. Once again, I really thanks to the organizer for organizing this important dialogue, and particularly Asia-Pacific areas is key area, key region for climate action because they are emitting a lot of greenhouse gases. And also their diversity. I mean, there are poor countries, advanced countries, and their level of national development and development of technologies are different. Therefore, real partnership can be created as model cases in this region. So I must stop here, and then I am expecting that we panelists can more productive discussion about particularly climate finance. Thank you.
김혜원 대사님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
27에서 its level of ambition.
She introduced us the level of ambition that will be discussed at COP27, and he also directed us to the importance of the agreement we made last year at Glasgow. That is why he introduced the terminology Glasgow Plus. Thank you for mentioning IPCC's report. As you know, we have to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 43% to reach the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. And there was a mention of methane. And I'd like to discuss more about the retention program in the discussion. And loss and damage is a common discussion topic, I think, so we are going to talk more about it. Lastly, I'd like to invite Ms. Oyun's just Surin.
So I would like to ask her to make her remarks.
Professor Tai, and it's a great privilege for GCF to be doubly represented, I think, at this panel. And of course, this is a key subject, and everybody this morning has been mentioning the really complex challenges that the world is facing, the multiple crises, and climate change is what we call crisis multiplier. So the problem for developing countries, the impacts of this multiple crisis on developing countries have been the most severe, causing hundreds and hundreds of million people to fall below the poverty line, lose jobs, also increase food insecurity. And as we've seen with Pakistan example as well, the vulnerable groups such as women and children are most impacted. The key challenge, of course, while solving the security and other crises, it's very important to get the recovery right, ensuring that clean and sustainable investments are the major part of the recovery stimulus packages in countries. Of course, there is also good news. The major momentum we've seen, especially in the last 18 months, being built with the race to net zero. Now we know that more than 140 countries, which equals about to 90% of global economy, 80% of total emissions, there are pledges to reach the carbon neutrality. Of course, we also know realistically that they have to be translated into roadmaps to reach net zero. And then there were some enhancement commitments in Glasgow last year, more expected at COP27 in Egypt, but we all know that they're not, unfortunately, ambitious enough if you sum them up. At the same time, the major trend that we're seeing across the world, which is not only public sector, but also private sector, civil society, youth support has been rising recently as well, that if we consider the scale of transformation required to limit dangerous warming, major transformation could also mean major opportunities forthcoming. And that's why when we look at the finance sector, and of course GCF, Green Climate Fund, is a financial institution, we see that there are major changes. Banks, investors, financiers, asset managers, many started aligning their policies and actions. More and more companies are required to reflect risks and opportunities related to climate change in their risk management and decision making. And of course, we've seen also the ceasing lending to companies that participate in coal projects. And just taking the example of Korea, we commend the Korea's pledge to carbon neutrality by 2050, and I see the Speaker of our parliament from Mongolia here. I applaud the Korean parliament because one of the 14 only countries that are underlining those net zero pledges by the legislation which was approved in the Korean parliament. So I think it's very important not just to promise and pledge, but translate them into legislation, translate them into concrete indices and investment plans. I think investors increasingly recognize that climate risk is also investment risk, and investors want to know every firm's plan for managing these risks. And then I think there is also growing realization that these risks and economic costs of climate change have been underestimated. Now, finance is key to catalyze and lead the systemic changes. And as our Deputy Executive Director, Henry, mentioned, the public finance, and also Ambassador Jenny mentioned, how do we make sure that $1 of the public taxpayers' money shifts, not only 10, but hundreds of dollars? And if you look at the climate investment needs that are, as we mentioned, far outweigh the availability of public funding, IPCC estimated that 1.6 to 3.8 trillion in new climate investments are needed annually through 2050 to keep the global warming below 1.5 degrees. And additional 140 to 300 billion annually is required to adapt to impacts of climate change. And that's a UNEP also study, as you, flagship study that you may know. So that's why it's very important for us, and that's what also Henry mentioned about the blended finance, how to get private sector, how to get to the financial innovations to de-risk investments in private sector, but just increasing the volume of finance is not enough. We see that we need to invest in different sets of assets. Also, the innovation is needed in policy and regulatory. There are some studies that are showing that if policies are integrated to achieve SDGs and Paris Agreement that capture multiple wins, basically every decision that is taken in the government, in the parliament, at the corporate boards, if they include, as Mark Carney said, climate into their consideration, or SDGs, that's how we can shift the trillions, that's how we can introduce the systemic shifts. And if those integrated policies can achieve, apparently, reduce the total required investment by up to 40%. So it's a major also gain in saving the funds as well, finance. Also innovation in institutions, capacity building to support, how do we craft green resilient recovery measures, incorporate NDCs and stimulus packages. I myself had the privilege to serve in the parliament, and we know that in the parliament when we hear about climate change or SDGs, you just think somewhere in New York, some negotiations in Paris, and then you don't really necessarily translate them into budget, into investment plans as well. So I think it's very, very important that this, not only awareness, but the decision makers put as a priority, as a focus, but also with every decision they think of climate, they think of green leapfrogging, so that they bring the systemic and meaningful changes as well. I just mentioned about one thing about importance of adaptation. GCF invests, when we invest, we deliberately, and we have a mandate, not only to invest in mitigation, but think of vulnerable countries and adaptation. So minimum 50% of our investments go into adaptation projects. There are also, of course, cross-cutting and mitigation, but minimum 50% has to go to LDC seats in Africa, and then we've managed to also, for 2/3 of the adaptation finance actually go into vulnerable countries. And of course, very importantly, country ownership. So our model, business model, GCFs, is to work through accredited entities, our partners. They can be international organizations, UN, development banks, but also civil society organizations, but also what we call direct access, right? Local banks, local ministries of environment finance or environment funds. So by now, GCF has become a unique hub of more than hundreds of partner accredited entities, more than 200 delivery partners, but also we work with more than 150 countries. So it's a major hub, a churning point of coming up with solutions, coming up with innovations, and bringing those to the developing countries to help to leapfrog to greener transitions. And I would like to also thank Korea as well. I think Korea should be proud, not only by pioneering and being champion regionally and globally for carbon neutrality, for the advancement in green growth, but also through hosting organizations like GCF. You're also contributing to more than 150 countries with climate finance, but with also solutions as well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. She also mentioned the importance of adaptation and blending finance. And she explained how climate investment can be interpreted as the investment risk and investment crisis. And she also mentioned that climate change should be reflected as a top priority in the agendas dealt with by top decision makers. Thank you very much for all your comments.
We have about 25 minutes left for this session, so here's what I want to do. We're going to have one more round of discussion among the panelists for about next 15 minutes. Then we will open up the floor to take questions from the audience.
Talk and the panel's discussions. I think I have to ask this question first. I think one of the common keyword they mention is the loss and damage, and how to finance and how to make the private sector more attractive. Why don't you invest to this sector? How are we going to make it happen? And from your perspective, or from the GCF perspective, let's start from loss and damage finance.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists for their very, I would say, straight to the point remarks and addressing some of our challenges. So at the beginning, when GCF was created, it was mandated to keep a balance between adaptation and mitigation. So it is supposed to be 50% in each of these two areas. So I 100% concur with the ambassador in regards to having more resources earmarked to loss and damage and making sure that more capital flows into loss and damage. When we look at our adaptation portfolio, we can certainly already earmark some of our funding that has gone into projects that do have a loss and damage angle. Now, we do not have a specific window as of yet for loss and damage, but we do track a couple of indicators in our results framework to make sure that they are indeed targeting. And one could say that, 30% of our portfolio could have a loss and damage angle. Now, the need that the ambassador presented is a lot more concrete and requires more intentionality. And this is, I think, the call that is different. While one could really somehow track a KPI that would allow you to know that you are investing, if indeed there is a need to have capital flow, we would definitely require more capital, better access, and also, as I said, clarity on how this is impacting the beneficiaries or those that are the most affected. So I think this is a dialogue that would indeed be core to Sharm el-Sheikh. I think GCF has already a track record in the loss and damage, but more intentionality and more resources are needed to address it with the imperative that it requires. And this is something that, it's not yet. Now, allow me to also be controversial, perhaps. I don't know whether a new entity is the solution. It took the GCF several years to become operational, and we're still growing, and we now need to go and get more fundraising to do us more. So I'm also wondering whether we should also look at the climate finance architecture and understand whether it's a matter of a window or is a matter of creating more synergies. There is a call, and we try to do this, to collaborate with the other climate funds. So we do have a long-term vision with the GEF. We do collaborate with the Adaptation Fund and with CIPS. Maybe there is an opportunity to somehow pivot the climate architecture rather than just creating a new entity. But there's no doubt that more intention and more capital is required to address the loss and damage angle. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Ambassador Munir, I think not as ambassador to the Republic of Korea, I think you told us that as a chair of G77 in China, at the COP, I'm sure that you're going to push the other countries to focus more on this loss and damage adaptation thing. If you release one of your key strategy, how are you going to push them at the COP? That help us, especially for this loss and damage area.
Thank you, Professor. And no, I'm not going to release my strategy. No, but I mean, jokes apart, I think it's extremely important, and for G77 in China, you would recall that the discussions in Glasgow and in Bonn in June, We had in June put up a proposal to have an agenda item on loss and damage finance facility. And even that agenda item was not agreed. So I think we have moved quite a bit in the last 4 to 5 months. And it's extremely unfortunate that floods like what happened in Pakistan were kind of a catalyst. But be that as it may, we have moved on. I think what Ambassador Jenny just said, it was very encouraging that countries like Korea are seriously considering loss and damage finance. That's what is critical. That it's what we need is loss and damage finance. We haven't had a frank discussion on the modalities because we haven't been able to agree on the agenda. So now, whether it is GCF or not, how it is going to happen, I think that all has to be discussed. But for us, the critical thing is establishment of the fact that we need loss and damage finance, and then also the additionality of that finance. It cannot be taken away from, for example, adaptation finance. Because if you're going to do that, then it's going to be a no-win situation. Because we don't have enough in adaptation finance as it is. And Henry would know, because we had a GCF meeting and Pakistan is also a GCF board member. So some of the projects couldn't even be agreed. So there is a very clear demand, I think, from the G77 in China that one, we need something, two, it has to be additional, and then the rest of the things can fall in place. I think what we need is, I spoke about trust deficit. I think that what we need is trust building. If we are able to do that trust building, that will really go a long way. And I think what has happened and what I'm hearing in the last 2-3 months is leading towards that trust building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Kim, I think before our session, our Prime Minister Han, he said that the Koreans' commitment or Koreans' ODA increase next year is quite impressive. And you talk about this, COP27 perspectives and so on. But if I understand correctly, many countries expect some active role of Korea from ODA recipient country to donor country. So if I may, could you elaborate a little bit about the Koreans' bilateral, multilateral activity, especially on climate-related ODA program plus climate finance you mentioned?
Thank you, Professor Chung. Yes. Korea's status in climate finance is a significant matter to be discussed. I think the Paris climate regime, it's a new regime to invite all countries to make strong action in climate change. So all countries agreed to submit their nationally determined contribution. All countries agreed to accelerate their mitigation actions, and countries agreed to accelerate their adaptation actions as well. And in that same line, I believe even in finance discussion, we UNFCCC member countries must be more innovative, because so-called developing debt division, is it really efficient and effective? Maybe we can be more innovative, because there are countries who are voluntarily contributing significantly in increasing climate finance. For example, Korea, yes. So in the categorization of UNFCCC, Korea is not a country who should provide official development assistance in mandatory manner. However, as a global pivotal state, Korea is contributing a lot. For example, Korea is investing in Green Climate Fund significantly. Korea is one of the few Asian countries who provide quite significant amount of contribution to that fund, because we believe that GCF is really must play a bigger role in helping developing countries for their green transition and also mobilizing climate finance globally. And also Korea initiated the creation of a Global Green Growth Institute, where former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon is working as well. So GGGI is also helping developing countries to achieve green economic growth. And they are providing policy advisory services, project development, and also climate finance mobilization. And in addition to that, Korea is also continuously increasing its official development assistance and also the portion of green ODA. So, for example, even though Korean economy is also struggling with inflation and economic difficulties due to energy price and supply chain disruptions, but the government proposal to the National Assembly for 2023 budget includes significant increase of the official development assistance. And also we separated a certain amount of money for supporting Pacific small island countries which are in real need of like so-called loss and damage activities. Korea will continue to make further efforts in order to contribute to the global climate action. And also we are willing to share our technology as well. That's why we established the Green Technology Center and we accommodated the CTCN office in Songdo as well. Therefore, Green Climate Fund, who is providing finance to developing countries, and Global Green Growth Institute, who is providing policy advisory services and project development, and also Green Technology Center, who is working in technology transfer and deployment. All these 3G organizations, I believe, work together further to make great synergy and effectively support developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. I think your elaboration of Korea's green commitment to the global community. Well, the Oyun, Haley also mentioned at the beginning of his keynote speech, GCF's impressive performance, for last 7-8 years. More than 200 projects and $11 billion your own capital, and factor 4 financial mobilization. And you mentioned about the innovative financing. And let me ask you straightly, how are you going to increase this factor 4? I think it seems to me a little bit lower than my expectations. So in GCF, how are you going to move forward by enhancing more factors? That's very much related to blended financing, how to promote private sectors. So how GCF will increase this factor 4?
So Henry is our Chief Investment Officer of GCF, but let me just respond very briefly on the replenishment part, which is, as you mentioned, so in the last, we're now in the period of what's called GCF1 programming period, and with more than 30 or so contributors, about $10 billion were raised in 2019. We're launching the next GCF2 replenishment period. So, of course, the key is try to replenish the fund, hopefully more ambitiously than before. But then your question is, how do we make sure that that 10 billion raises not only 40, but 400 maybe. So, because Henry is a Chief Investment Officer, I will let him to respond on that part. But on the replenishment, I think Korea, of course, has a very strong supporter, but of course we also need Korea's political, high-level president, prime ministers, and ambassadors' advocacy support in the next 12 months to help advocate for an ambitious replenishment. We need our programming partner countries like Pakistan also advocate and work with us for more ambitious replenishment as well. European countries are relatively very reliable contributors. Last time during the GCF1 replenishment, they doubled their contributions. Of course, the challenge was then with the US administration, Trump administration, which didn't come to contribute. So a very important factor is now for also United States to re-engage financially back with GCF, although the current administration is willing to contribute. Still a huge challenge at the Congress level to get the appropriations approved and also pledge for the next replenishment as well. And of course, countries like Australia that didn't come last time, hopefully will come this time, and Japan, Korea, Canada, but then more importantly also to get developing countries, and Mongolia, where is our speaker, I think, is one of the developing countries that contributed last time as well. So increasing the contributor base, and Korea is not what we call Annex 1 country, it's a non-Annex 1 country, so it's a voluntary contributing, but also doubling the contributions. So I think it's very, very key to get also not only OECD Annex 1 countries, Ambassador, also BRIC countries, the major economies as well, because those global now challenges, whether it's COVID pandemic or climate change or security, we cannot rely on only a few handful countries to continue contributing. I think this global public goods investing in, and it doesn't have to be the top contributor, but I feel that it's very important that for global challenges, there should be investment globally as well. Thank you.
And in 1 minute, because we have to allow the audience
Sure.
to...
I'll be very brief. I mean, we are what we call capital agnostic. So in certain areas, we provide grants. In others, we provide loans, equity, green bonds. So, you know, the mobilization factor, while important, is not one area that would give you the full picture. Because, you know, for example, if we're going to be working on loss and damage, it is likely that we might need to start with a different instrument. We're not going to go into a venture capital or private equity per se, which is the one where you would see most of those factors. The other element is ODA has a methodology to track direct mobilization, but not indirect. And in some of our private equity, we have already been tracking with our investee companies, the factor of leveraging could be up to 80 times our investment because they also bring more capital, they also are able to. So I think it is important that we see that as a growing element, but we also need to understand that we need to put the right instrument to work for the right impact that we're seeking, not just for mobilization capital per se. Thank you.
감사합니다. 저희가 이제 5분 정도밖에 시간이 없는데.
We have about 5 minutes left, so we'd like to open up the floor to take questions from someone who has a desire, strong desire to ask a question.
We can have the response from the panel. I see the one hand over there. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. Yeah, anyone give a mic? Yeah, I have one here. Otherwise, you can use mine. You have to listen.
Sorry.
Hello, my name is Tanya. I'm a master's student at Ewha Women's University. Thank you for participating in this conference. So my question, I suppose I would address it toward Ambassador Munir because of the recent events in Pakistan, but I also welcome any opinions from the other panelists. So you mentioned lost and damage funding. I'm wondering, especially in regards to issues like flooding and also small island nations were mentioned, what role do you believe migration plays in both policy and funding? Both internal and international. Thank you.
Thank you. I think when we talk about loss and damage finance, it's both for extreme weather events like the floods as well as slow onset events. And migration generally happens because of slow onset events, because maybe one of the areas that was very low on the sea level becomes inundated permanently. So that means they will have to migrate. So I think migration will be part of that, because it is part of the slow onset event. And I think I'm going to be very short because I know we are running out of time. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you.
저희가 시간 프레셔가 좀 있긴 한데
We are under time pressure.
질문을 받도록
So
하겠습니다.
in the interest of time, I'm going to take one more question from the audience. So please tell us who you are asking the question for before you asking your
Thank you very much.
You are asking your question.
My name is Rajiv Shaw. I'm a professor in Keio University in Japan and also the CLA for Asia chapter for the IPCC 6th assessment report, working group 2. My question is to our colleagues from GCF. What we see is that there is a significant gap between the private sector involvement in the mitigation and adaptation sector, especially when you talk about the innovations in adaptation. I think that still that ecosystem for innovation has not yet been created. So I'd like to hear some of your views for that. Thank you.
I think it's your thought.
Thank you for your question. Out of the 11 billion portfolio that we currently have, about a third is private sector. And I would say the first few years, the focus was a lot in what I call low-hanging fruit. And that was a lot of renewable energy, project finance, and a lot of it also in more mature areas. Having said this, in the past 18 months, we've seen a trend where we are going into more innovative frontiers, and adaptation is one of those. And for example, we recently approved last year a fund for technology transfer focusing adaptation. We have been working on the blue economy with this coral reef project that is working with seeds, mostly around how we can help reduce the stressors on climate on coral reefs. We also are working in using our guarantees for adaptation. We've had a very interesting project with a local bank in Tanzania to work in adaptation with guarantees, so using new products. So we do see, so at the moment with our board that just finished, when we look at our ratio between adaptation and mitigation, using grant equivalency, which is the benchmark, we are 49% adaptation, 51% mitigation. Now, when we look at nominal value, that is a different number, right? The nominal value is about 35% adaptation and the rest is mitigation. But there is an intentionality from us to actually focus in adaptation. We're currently now, as Oyung mentioned, raising capital, but at the same time, we're also presenting to the board a new strategy for GCF2, and adaptation will be core to that, and indeed private sector adaptation. Now, when you look at the global numbers, it is indeed starting from a low base. But then this will tell us that GCF could have a catalytic role to play to crowd in some of those investors that are not ready yet. And we're also working to make pipelines of projects that are ready for investments. So there is now a shift in the trend, but it's still low. So we hope to focus on that and increment our focus. Thank you.
We are running out of time, but Ambassador Kim or Oyun, is there any extra intervention? If not, then 네, 그러면 저희 시간이 거의 다 됐는데요. 오늘 기후변화 세션은
So we are almost wrapping this up. The time is almost up. We can talk this topic all day long, but we all agree that we have to accelerate our actions and how we are going to channel the capital mobilized. And we discussed a lot of important messages. And I look forward to COP27, where we should discuss higher level of topics with a higher level of importance. I'd like to thank the keynote speaker, Kelly Gonzalez, and the ambassadors and the director of GCF. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. moderator, the keynote speaker, and panelists for your active discussion. This is all for plenary 2. The next session will start at 1:30 after lunch break. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
네, 점심 식사에 대해서 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 오늘
Let me make a brief housekeeping announcement for lunch break. The VIPs, please follow the instruction of the staff member. The lunch will be served in the lobby, and for the rest of the audience, we are going to bring lunch to your table.
I'd like to have the quick announcement for the lunch break, and the main guests and presidents and panelists invited to today's lunch are requested to go to the Ruby Hall on the 22nd floor of this hotel. And for the audience, the lunchbox will be provided here in this hall, so please have your lunch at your place. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your lunch and see you at 1:30. Thank you very much. 네, 잠시 후에 행사가 시작될 예정입니다. 점심시간 이후라서 조금 행사가 지연되는 점 양해 부탁드리겠습니다. The starting time of this session will be a little bit delayed, so please understand. And then thank you for your cooperation. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue Plenary 3가 시작될 예정입니다. 참석하신 내빈께서는 자리에 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 가지고 계신 휴대폰을 확인하셔서 무음이나 진동으로 전환해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. The plenary 3 of Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue will begin shortly, so please take your seat. And I'd like to ask you to put your mobile phones on silent mode. 오늘 행사에는 한국어, 영어 동시 통역이 진행이 됩니다. 좌석에 있는 통역 수신기를 이용하셔서 원하는 언어로 사용하시면 되겠습니다. 한국어는 채널 1번, 영어는 채널 1번으로 설정하시면 되겠습니다. Korean English simultaneous interpretation will be provided for today's event, so you can listen to the desired language using the interpreter receiver placed on your desk. It would be appreciated if you set channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English. 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다. 네, 곧 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 좌장님, 발표자님께서는 세션을 위해 준비해 주시기 바랍니다. The plenary 3 of the Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue will begin shortly, so please be ready for that. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your patience and cooperation. So I hope you enjoy your lunch. 그럼 지금부터 Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue.
We're going to begin the third plenary session titled Multilateralism for a Resilient and Inclusive Recovery Towards the Achievement of the SDGs.
먼저 좌장님을 소개해 드리겠습니다.
Let me introduce the moderator.
총장님은요, 현재 이화여자대학교
President
총장님으로
of Ewha Women's University,
과학기술정보통신부 제5차 과학기술 기본계획수립위원회 위원장님을
she
역임하고
is
계십니다.
also the chairperson of the Science, Technology, Innovation and Promotion Committee.
그럼 좌장님께 마이크를 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
I'm
여러분,
going to hand
환영의
over
박수
my
부탁드리겠습니다.
microphone to Eun-mi Kim, the president of Ewha Women's University.
네, 안녕하세요. 이번 세션은 한국말로
Good afternoon,
하라고
ladies and
해서
gentlemen.
한국어로
We're supposed to speak in Korean for the session.
This session is going to be run in Korean, so if you're not a Korean native speaker, maybe you can use the simultaneous interpretation device. 한국말로 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 이번 세션은
In the third plenary session, we're going to discuss multilateralism for a resilient and inclusive recovery towards the achievement of the SDGs. As we walk our journey towards SDG, multilateralism is very important. This is not just a single country's effort or a several countries' effort, but at the international community, we need to have multilateral parties come together for our journey towards SDGs. We have invited Mr. Hidehiko Yuzaki, the governor of Hiroshima Prefecture of Japan, Mr. Kabe Jahedi, the deputy executive secretary of UN ESCAP. We also have Ms. Kim Suk, the executive director of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, and the former ambassador of the permanent representative of the Republic of Korea to the United Nations. We have Mr. Won Do-yeon, Director General of the Development Cooperation Bureau from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would like to invite Mr. Hidehiko Yuzaki, the governor of Hiroshima Prefecture, to begin his keynote speech.
Well, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Well, distinguished guests and participants, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Hidehiko Yuzaki, governor of Hiroshima Prefecture. I think I'm going to give a little bit different perspective on the sustainability and in relation with what we're doing with regard to the nuclear abolishment in Hiroshima. Well, as you know, the Hiroshima is the place where the first atomic bomb was used, so nuclear weapon was used over city or in the war. And Hiroshima Prefecture formulated the Hiroshima for Global Peace Plan in 2011 and has been working towards the realization of a peaceful world without nuclear weapons over the past 10 years by utilizing two symbolisms of Hiroshima. The first one is as a place that experienced that destruction by the first atomic bombing in human history. Hiroshima can bring a commitment to the abolishment of nuclear weapons to people. And the second symbolism is as a place that has achieved a remarkable recovery from the ruins. Hiroshima can give people a confidence in recovery and hope for the future. And we're currently pursuing the abolishment of nuclear weapons with three-pronged strategy: humanitarian impacts, and national security, and sustainability. The first, strategy, the appealing into the inhumane nature of nuclear weapon is, by inviting people. Not only those. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to click. Those figures, but also, everyone in the world. An atomic bomb was dropped 77 years ago, and it claimed the lives of 140,000 people by the end of that 1945, which is the year that was dropped, and injured over 200,000 people. And many people were exposed to radiation, and still this radiation effects continue. And so we have been inviting leaders from all walks of life, especially those with great influence, to visit Hiroshima to gain a firm understanding of humanitarian consequences of the use of nuclear weapons, and to send a message advocating nuclear abolition. As you see, we had a picture, but it's missing. But Chairman Ban Ki-moon came to Hiroshima as the Secretary General in 2010. And President Obama and Pope Francis also came and I think all the visits by all those figures had great impact on their feeling about nuclear weapons. We also invite youth to learn about the reality of using nuclear weapons on civilians. And we're hoping they'll learn and base their thinking on the national security based on this, what they learned in Hiroshima. And second approach we have is from the national security perspective. We're now working with the world's top research institute on seeking an alternative security regime that does not rely on nuclear deterrence. With this, new regime, countries could recognize that it's no longer necessary to possess dangerous nuclear weapons for their security, and could avoid ruining humankind on the earth. We also publish the Hiroshima Report every year, which visualizes the status of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation and security efforts in each country, and hold the Hiroshima Roundtable, an experts meeting on measures for nuclear disarmament and other issues where many Korean experts also participates as well as US and Australia and other countries, including Russia. And sustainability. Now, until now, the issue of nuclear weapons has often been discussed in terms of national security and humanitarian impacts. But we are now working on the third pillar, which is sustainability. Well, this strategy aims to make people aware that the nuclear weapons issue is not only a security and humanitarian impact issue, but also an extremely imminent issue that directly affects the environment, health, and human rights of all people, including governments, business, and civil society. And we've been holding the Business Forum for Global Peace as an opportunity for the business community, in particular, to recognize that securing and maintaining peace is indispensable for the continuation or sustainability of business activities. These photos are from the Business Forum for Global Peace conference held under the theme of marketing peace. As you see, this is Dr. Philip Kotler, the father of marketing. And in the year 2022, we recognized that humanity and the earth are at the watershed moment for a sustainable future. We've been hit by clear global threats over the past few years: climate change, the pandemic, and the threat of nuclear weapons, as evidenced by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. These threats have also amplified the traditional challenges of our society, such as economic disparity and inequality, as well as disasters, conflicts, and acts of terrorism. Well, these challenges are expected to continue to exist as existential threats in the future against the backdrop of the megatrends that surrounded by our society. Against this backdrop in 2022, well, what kind of future will we choose? Last year, the prefecture held a conference on the relationship between nuclear weapons and sustainability, bringing together experts in the fields of nuclear weapons and sustainability, including environment, health, human rights, and others. And over the course of a year, we produced a report. The report pointed out the following. Well, if we continue to run as we have in the past by passing the responsibility onto the environment, society, and the economy, the nuclear weapons will continue to exist and proliferate. And amid this trend, the possibility of their use will increase. And once they are used somewhere, well, we are seeing very imminent danger or risk in Europe. Well, if once they're used somewhere, even if it's unintentional, well, now we're facing possible intentional use of nuclear weapon, or if it's not intentional, accidental, or due to a mistake, it would quickly lead to the extinction of the human race and unsustainable world. Therefore, to prevent this from happening, we need to choose a new path toward a truly sustainable world that requires a paradigm change toward decarbonized, integrated, and denuclearized world. And we are at a very critical juncture, I think, in history, and I believe that we need to take a hard look at the risk of the nuclear weapons issue from the perspective of sustainable development as well. Well, the issue of security has not been discussed in the process of formulating the MDGs or the SDGs. But we believe that such a discussion of security will become an unavoidable issue for the next UN development goals to achieve a truly sustainable world. Well, in this context, we would like to take two routes to include nuclear weapons abolition in the UN's next development goals after the SDGs, which will be ending in 2030. Well, first, we would like to rethink the nuclear weapons issue from the perspective of sustainability, as I've been saying. And we would like to make a coalition and form a joint front with groups of the environment and human rights and health, and establish a civil society group that will engage in activities such as policy advocacy and campaigns, and thereby lobbying for the post-SDGs international negotiation process. And we would like to develop this movement at the national level too in the future, because as the UN process is it's a track one process, and establish a friends meeting, thereby lobbying through the government level channel as well. To that end, in April of this year, we launched the Global Alliance Sustainability, Peace and Prosperity for All. We make it, the abbreviation is GASPA, GASPPA. It's a civil society group that will lobby from within civil society. We currently have 36 organizations and 59 individuals from 23 countries are participating in this GASPA. And we hope that you will take an interest in this issue of nuclear weapons and sustainability and join us in working together to achieve a truly sustainable world. Climate change is a very imminent issue of sustainability. Well, it took 200 years to accumulate and finally change the climate. The action is needed now, and a pandemic. It took. Well, we've been in pandemic for 3 years now. Well, COVID was still okay, but if we have even more a disease with more serious symptoms, we might not be sustainable in that regard. But it takes like 2-3 years. But nuclear weapon, it's really imminent. We don't feel right now that it's a true danger because all the nuclear weapons are in silos or in storage or it's somewhere that you won't be able to see. But in fact, it is a really, really imminent threat to the sustainability, as once it's used, the world could end in 30 minutes. So that's why we're working on this, and I hope people will take a look at the nuclear weapon issues as a sustainability issue and work together towards the elimination of nuclear weapons. And we have this QR code to access more information about GASPA, so you probably won't be able to catch it from your seat, but if you're interested, I would like to introduce to you later but I hope you will take interest in the GASPA too. So thank you very much for your attention, and that is the end of my presentation.
Actually, I am a bit confused whether I have to speak English or Korean.
Speak in English, because I think there are more English-speaking members in the audience, and we're doing simultaneous translation. And the speaker, I think, he won't be able to understand if I speak in Korean. So if you allow me, I think Mr. Hidehiko Yuzaki raised two very important issues in terms of multilateralism. I think as a representative of a city, not a national government, he raised how a city and civil society can also be engaged in very important multilateral engagement and negotiations, and starting the initiative on GASPA was very inspiring. That we often think it's the government or international agencies who need to engage in multilateralism, but in fact cities, citizens can actually do this was quite impressive. Another thing is, not only is he talking about a mechanism of multilateralism, but he's also asking us to think about another new topic, in fact about nuclear weapons, nuclear proliferation, and peace and security in the sustainability agenda, which I think is very timely and critical for us to think about. And him coming from Hiroshima, I think is very apt to raise this issue. And sitting on this Korean peninsula also, the nuclear threat appears to be a real one. With Ukraine, it also is an imminent threat, we fear. So he has given us a lot of food for thought, and I hope this discussion will be picked up again by other speakers and perhaps from the audience as well. Let me now turn to Mr. Kaveh Jahedi. He's the Deputy Executive Secretary of UNESCAP, or United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. He's going to be joining us through a live video link. Mr. Jahedi, are you with us?
You can see me as well.
Can you increase your volume a little bit? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me now, and let me pick up a little bit as you guided us from where the last speaker left off. But before that, Madam Moderator, allow me to really thank the government of Korea, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that organized this session today, in which I am participating, as well as the Ban Ki-moon Foundation and all the other organizers for the opportunity to join you virtually. It's really appreciated. The topic of our panel is really a daunting one, but clearly of critical importance today, maybe more than at any time over the past few decades. The UN Secretary General, you may have seen, wrote recently that many of today's global institutions or frameworks are outdated or simply weak, and the necessary reforms are impeded by geopolitical divides. In short, he said, global governance is failing at precisely the moment when the world should be coming together to solve global problems. And I think if you go to the first slide, the COVID-19 pandemic was a reminder that our health, our economy, the well-being, they're completely interconnected and of course go beyond national borders. What's on the slide is ESCAP's modeling of the overlapping risks that lie ahead, with vulnerable populations, of course, bearing the brunt. In some sense, this is a sort of a manifestation of the existential crisis that His Excellency, the Governor of Hiroshima, just mentioned. So truly global problems lying ahead of us, requiring truly global solutions. The climate crisis, of course, provides an almost daily reminder of the new risk landscape that awaits us. And the war in Ukraine, Madam Moderator, that you also mentioned, is another reminder that conflict in one part of the world can quickly trigger soaring food, fuel prices, a cost of living crisis that is undermining years of development gains far away, including here in the Asia-Pacific region. The global outlook in the past 2 years really bears testament to this, including on what many would have considered a triumph of multilateralism, which is the 2030 agenda. You can see from our next slide that our annual SDG progress assessment shows that the region is not on track to achieve any of the goals by 2030. And progress is, of course, slowing down because of the converging crises that I mentioned a moment ago. Never have development gains been at such constant risk of being swept away by unprecedented storms, prolonged droughts, fast-spreading epidemics and pandemics, or looming crises. As the IMF managing director said recently, what we're experiencing is the era of shocks, pandemic, war, and now a cost of living crisis, shock upon shock upon shock. And at a time of geopolitical fragmentation, of a fast unfolding climate change crisis, and where our future is likely to be defined by increased and overlapping crises and risk that quickly spill over borders, really the question is there a need to resuscitate the multilateral system? Our answer, of course, would be a resounding yes, and the UN recently put forward the concept of our common agenda, in a way a blueprint for global cooperation that was welcomed by the 76th session of the General Assembly about a year ago. And at the core of our common agenda is a roadmap to gather the world together to tackle these governance challenges of today and to reinvigorate multilateralism for the 21st century. A more networked and inclusive multilateral system that can deliver a resilient and inclusive recovery and the successful achievement of the SDGs. Now, I can't delve into the entirety of the common agenda, but rather allow me to share with you what we at ESCAP believe are 3 essential pillars for any renewed multilateralism globally or indeed here in the Asia-Pacific region. First, and I think we go to the next slide, no issue is more far-reaching, more daunting, and indeed more in need of a new multilateralism than climate change. Asia and the Pacific is on the front line of the climate crisis. We've seen that very recently across our region, including in Pakistan, and is where it will matter the most for global success. But our recent studies...
Put the PowerPoint up. There is a PowerPoint. It is up. Okay.
You're on the SDGs. Here we go. This is the.
Okay. It should be on the screen for the moderator to see as well.
I hope you can see it, Madam Moderator. This is the rapid and deep GHG reductions needed towards the middle of the century. And this is speaking to the need for multilateralism in the climate change arena, because our region is very much at the forefront, both of the impacts and potentially of reversing these very impacts. But unfortunately, our recent studies at ESCAP show that the current nationally determined contributions, the targets of countries in Asia and the Pacific, are actually going to take us in the wrong direction. They are going to result in a 16% increase in GHG emissions by 2030 from the 2010 levels. So the region requires rapid and deep reductions towards mid-century compared with developed economies in order to meet the carbon neutrality goals. We're increasing, whereas the science-based targets tell us that we need to be decreasing by about 45% by 2030. Now, this transformation may not come from multilateral meeting halls but rather from financial markets that finally realign with the global climate aspirations, from businesses that see the opportunities from leading the green economy and decarbonizing our energy systems, and from young people who see through the fog of greenwashing and hold governments accountable for the climate crisis. This means factoring in climate risks in the consideration of lending and investments rather than relying on GDP growth forecasts alone. It means closing loopholes for carbon leakage and inserting precise, measurable, and binding climate commitments into multilateral trade agreements, something that is still dominated by the carbon-intensive trade in our region. This is what a networked multilateralism in the climate arena might look like. And this takes me to my second entry point, which is a fairer and more resilient multilateral trading system. We can move to the next slide. For decades, trade has been the important engine of growth, especially in our region of Asia and the Pacific. Yet it is now facing turbulence of unprecedented scale by disasters, by disease, and by conflicts. Supply chains faltered as countries put up their fences during the pandemic. And the war in Ukraine has simply disrupted the supply of basic commodities from wheat to fertilizer, pushing up inflation and giving rise to multiple export bans, including in our region. The leap and bound growth of digital trade and e-commerce has challenged the existing rulebook of the multilateral trading system. So what do we need to build a fairer and more resilient multilateral trading system? Certainly more transparent rules and procedures, ones that make it easier for enterprises of all sizes to directly engage in international trade. One such is digitalization of trade procedures, something that could help to cut average trade costs in our region by more than 13%. And with less than half of cross-border paperless trade measures implemented, the potential remains huge and untapped. And multilateral rules also need to embed the SDGs at their core, removing barriers for trade and health services, for example, something that remains limited but has potential to change lives, or lifting barriers to trade in environmentally friendly products. This is where tariffs are, on average, ironically, higher than those on fossil fuels in Asia and the Pacific. So a new multilateral trading system will only stay relevant if it does not shy away from factoring in the SDGs into its rulebook. Which takes me to my final game changer, if you wish, which is sustaining adequate finance for development, without which none of the development efforts will work. After the pandemic, average fiscal deficit among Asia-Pacific developing countries increased fivefold between 2019 and 2021. National debt as a percentage of GDP has increased on average by about 10% in our Asia-Pacific developing economies. Capital is flowing out of developing economies when developed economies raise interest rates to tackle their own inflation. And because of this, countries are lurching from crisis to crisis and from shock to shock in a way with little political or financial space for long-term investments needed to deliver the resilient, the inclusive, and the sustainable development. And in contrast, the trillions of dollars lying in financial assets remain untapped. What we're seeing on the screen is and I think we go to the next slide. What you can see on the screen is the impressive growth of green bonds in Asia and the Pacific in the past 5 years, a tenfold increase, but they remain a fraction of what is needed. So where can effective multilateralism make a difference? Allow me to hone in on the issue of debt, something that has been on the top of our leaders' agenda. The call to reform the international debt structure is getting ever louder. The UN Secretary General recently pointed to an unfair debt architecture that not only changes poor countries charges poor countries more to borrow on the market, but downgrades them when they are in need of debt relief or restructuring. This is the current multilateral system. And the past 2 years have seen measures being put in place, from the G20 debt service suspension initiative to the recent adoption of the common framework for debt treatment by the G20 and the Paris Club to begin to refresh the multilateralism in the financial sphere. And these common frameworks is still a work in progress, but there's great potential for acceleration. The independent review commissioned by the G20 earlier this year that many of you may have seen is asking for multinational development banks to adopt their approach to risk tolerance. Through our work with UNCTAD, we're also working on debt assessments that factor SDG investments in debt management strategies. Because a new global financial system can no longer rely on the overly conservative measures of risks and can no longer exclude the SDGs from its strategies. Because global financial systems need a flexible approach that acknowledges priorities of individual countries, their status and arrangements. A one-size-fits-all debt management simply doesn't work. So with that, Madam Moderator, Excellencies, distinguished participants, the 21st century multilateralism really, we believe, is less about moving away from existing commitments and institutions and more about making these work in the face of the new realities that necessitate prioritizing agility over protocol, speed over process, and inclusivity over diplomacy. The Paris Agreement provides us with our best chance to avoid a catastrophic climate scenario. The 17 SDGs give us the clearest plan for multilateral organization to help countries prepare for a better future. They should be at the front and center in the efforts to reform the global financial system and the global multilateral system. This is part of the direction we need for multilateral cooperation to lead us to a more resilient and sustainable future. Again, Madam Moderator, I thank you for the opportunity to address you remotely today. I hope the slides work. I hope that the sound was okay. But please do count on ESCAP as your partner in rebooting multilateralism for a resilient and inclusive recovery towards the achievement and attainment of the SDGs. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Zahedi. Thank you for that very convincing talk about why we need multilateralism. I think in this time in particular with the onset of COVID-19 and how the world fell apart and not responding to the call for multilateralism, I think your point in all the issues that multilateralism is really the answer, and your slides do show that they're the answer, but I guess the question that we beg is, how do we get everyone to be on board? I think if all of us here agree, if the two key, the most important players don't agree and don't come on board, make it binding, it's not going to work. So at the end of the panelists speak, I will come back to you. Give me the three most strategic ways to get everyone on board and make it binding. So that's going to be the questions for you. So I'm going to go turn to Ambassador Kim Suk, Executive Director of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, former Ambassador and the Permanent Representative of the Republic of Korea to the United Nations. 김숙 대사님 발표 부탁드리겠습니다.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very
I received
much.
a different instruction that I speak in not in Korean but in English. So let me speak in the second language, not my mother tongue. Before I go into the subject of the session, let me first acknowledge and appreciate the conviction that Governor Yuzaki has revealed for his effort to abolish nuclear weapons. When I was active in the foreign ministry, I was involved in the six-party talks, which mainly dealt with North Korean denuclearization. So I have to say one thing positive for your effort, Governor Yuzaki. Having said that, the main subject, multilateralism, to achieve the SDGs. Multilateralism as a core value for implementing the SDG is almost an axiom right now. Back in 2015, when we adopted SDG in the UN, the General Assembly Hall was filled with hopes and optimism. But looking back, after 7 years, we heard some pessimistic comments, and we heard this pessimistic comment in the morning, and the pessimism and hopes are crisscrossing from time to time, but currently optimism somewhat tarnished due to various reasons, one of which would be COVID-19 and Soviet-Russian invasion into Ukraine, and of course other political leaders' decision to withdraw from international organization like President Trump did several years ago. Against this backdrop, a year ago, Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future carried on a project on SDG about its current place on the progress and performance. We have identified several problems and we have come up with several recommendations and suggestions. Later we delivered it to the current Secretary General Guterres. So let me point out several points that we found in the implementing this SDGs. First, on realigning interactions among the SDGs. We thought there's a lack of understanding on the importance of interactions among the 17 goals and as well as the 3 pillars of the SDGs, the economic, environmental, and social pillars. And politicians and policymakers were obsessed with maximizing short-term GDP growth. We could call it the populism. Therefore, it was quite difficult to allocate sufficient resources for long-term social and ecological goals. Second, there is a correlation between COVID-19 and the SDGs. Some speakers has touched upon this issue, but generally speaking, tragedy and natural disaster has a tendency of inflicting damage more to the vulnerable, whether it is individual or society and the state. COVID-19 has highlighted and magnified existing inequality and widened socio-economic divisions in our societies, especially as the virus spread further into poor countries that lack the healthcare capabilities of richer nations. And also, despite the great need for global leadership and a strong multilateral response to the global pandemic, the world is lacking both of these two at this critical moment. And the economic and the societal impact of COVID-19 are delaying the achievement of the 17 goals of sustainable development and their targets. Third, poor performance on empowering and engaging stakeholders. The public sector often fails to align the private sector and to engage civil society towards the SDGs. Institutional arrangement for the SDGs in many countries fall short of making actual decisions for resource allocation. And next, monitoring and reviewing SDGs implementation has also a porous problem. Monitoring and reviewing SDGs implementation is critical for local ownership of the SDGs and achieving the global goal by 2030. However, data availability and statistical deficiencies can be found across different countries, and these hinder regular and effective SDGs follow-up. And also there is a lack of effort to synthesize the existing approaches by relevant international organizations and research institutions to measure SDGs implementation. Lastly, we found there's a problem on sharing experience among countries between developed and developing countries. Weakened global solidarity and lack of sharing experiences among countries has made many developing countries repeat the same mistake that long time ago developed countries has gone through during their economic development stage. Leadership of international organization is declining, and cooperation among nation states has become more difficult. This phenomenon is observed through the recent responses to the global pandemic COVID-19. This is the outline that we have found as a serious problem in implementing the SDGs. So what needs to be done to address and solve these problems? Let me quickly go over 3 points on this. A global as well as regional research initiative should be launched to identify policy options and conditions to maximize synergies and minimize trade-offs among SDGs. The aim of this research, as I said, a research initiative is to devise a new development paradigm that integrate economic targets into social and ecological goals of SDGs and overcome the temptation of the short-term GDP paradigm, as I said, populism. Second, diverse global platforms to share best practices and experiences of SDGs implementation should also be launched among the relevant stakeholders and interested groups. Such platforms could supplement and fill the gap created by the former arrangement by the international organizations and institutions. In this respect, we should welcome UN Secretary General Guterres' initiative to convene so-called a social summit, UN SDGs summit in 2025 to review the progress and to lay out the strategy for covering the last miles to go left until 2030. Actually, we recommended to convene such summit on the UN dimension because we have experienced lessons learned from MDG and we have lessons learned from SDG. MDG took about less than a year. It was quite abruptly arranged by a small group of people with limited issues and agendas. And the SDGs took 3 years. Yeah, it was improved with much comprehensive agendas and including all sort of walks of life, including the private sector as well as civil societies. Now, what we recommended to the United Nations was to have more lead time, more than 3 years, maybe 5 years. Well, we hope that Secretary General accepted our recommendation. So if we are going to convene this summit in 2025, then we will have at least 5 years to prepare for the post-SDGs program, as the Governor Yazuki has mentioned. Thirdly, last but not least, a positive partnership among public, private, and civil society group is important. It is to forge social consensus for effective implementation and resource allocation for SDGs at the local, national, regional, and the global level. In this partnership, the public sector should initiate long-term vision for a paradigm shift, mainstreaming in SDGs within their national development plans or strategies, and establishing a SDGs designated organization. On the part of private sector, they should also actively grasp the SDGs as new business opportunities and adopt ESG activities as well. Civil society organizations should actively promote social consensus and provide political support for long-term SDG investment. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much. Although we started our session late, we're trying to finish by 3 p.m. I hope you understand. I'm going to ask the Ambassador Kim Suk's presentation focus on how we move forward with the SDGs and be better prepared with the post-SDG agenda, better than what we did with MDGs and SDGs. So I think those recommendations were well taken. I'm now going to turn to Director General of the Development Cooperation Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Won Do-yeon. In addition to what he's supposed to talk about multilateralism, I want also for him to address what Korea's development cooperation can do or has been doing in terms of multilateralism. Has there been a regional or a sectoral focus in Korea's multilateralism in terms of development cooperation? Has there been a special emphasis of the South Korean government in terms of SDG implementation? So with these new additional requests, I'm sure he'll do fine. Director General Won, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. I think Ambassador Kim and Deputy Executive Secretary shared a very insightful presentation on where we stand in the implementation of SDGs. And Ambassador Kim just mentioned that when we adopted SDGs in 2015, the room was filled with joy, and I had
I was fortunate enough to take part in the negotiation as a negotiator representing Korea. At that time, I was working with President Kim Il-mi to work to think about how it can contribute to the process. It was really rewarding experience for me, and now 7 years has gone by. I think it's really worthwhile to think about where we stand with the SDGs, and that I think this session really means a lot. I will try my best to avoid any duplications and share some ideas on the issue of multilateralism and SDGs and some of the works, as President Kim just mentioned, some of the works we do in the Korean government with the SDGs. Multilateralism is the term appeared only after Second World War, but it is the core of international cooperation. Multilateralism is often associated with the principles like respect for shared vision and values, equal participation, and rule of law, and so on. And also the term multilateralism is constantly evolving, and nowadays multilateralism is going beyond just state-to-state transaction, and non-state actors are becoming increasingly important part of the multilateralism as well. The establishment of UN is really the best reflection of multilateralism, and ever since the UN Charter was signed in San Francisco in 1945, UN has become one of the most important instruments to promote multilateralism. And as many of you are already familiar with, UN has three main pillars of when it comes to its work, namely peace and security, prosperity, the development and prosperity, and human rights. Member states agreed on a 2030 agenda, Paris Agreement, and most recently UN reform, and we have Deputy Executive Secretary went into details about the common agenda as well. These efforts are made to further UN's work on the different pillars. Most importantly, I would say that SDGs really captures what multilateralism is all about. 2030 Agenda is a triumph of multilateralism. We say 2030 Agenda is the most ambitious, comprehensive, transformative development goals in the human history. Previous development goals views development from donor-recipient kind of perspective, but I would say what differentiates 2030 Agenda most from previous development goals is that 2030 Agenda identifies sovereign governments and their non-state actors as key actors for the implementation. 2030 Agenda emphasizes participation of different actors, different states, whether they are poor or rich. That's why it's called Universal Agenda as well. The role of state actors is crucial in the implementation of SDGs, as it is in the case of multilateralism, when you talk about the multilateralism. Global community achieved many things, including 2030 Agenda and Paris Agreement, among others. However, multilateralism is facing serious challenges, as my previous speakers also mentioned. But I wouldn't go into details about the challenges that we are facing. My previous speakers already mentioned all of that. And some people say that it was the age of jungle before 1945. But it became age of gardening for multilateralism after the establishment of the UN. But some people say we are back to jungle again. That shows how the challenges we are facing right now. And we have all these growing challenges, including COVID-19 and conflicts, food crisis, to list a On top of these global challenges, we have increasing competition among big players. Emergence of different actors makes the global landscape more and more complicated. More and more people have doubts about the relevance of UN and multilateralism. Some people think multilateralism is inefficient, and the bureaucracy of international organizations like UN is not fit for dealing with the complex and rapidly changing global landscape. Despite the disappointment expressed by some people, Korea believes in multilateralism and wants to go even further to promote multilateralism. There are two things I wish to emphasize. First, let me show what Dag Hammarskjöld, the former UN Secretary General, said. He said that UN is not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. People might be disappointed, but things could have been much worse if it wasn't for the UN and multilateral framework. Multilateralism cannot be something we can give up because we do not think it's good enough, but various challenges we are facing are all intertwined, and these transnational challenges call for integrated and coordinated approach based on multilateralism. Let me just give a small example. Korea just took part in a polio conference which was held a couple of weeks ago in Berlin, and right now the world only has fewer than 100 cases of polio every year. Many countries are free from polio, and they want to spend the money elsewhere. But if one country becomes vulnerable and polio becomes widespread, then polio can soon become a threat to the rest of the world. And that's why Korea is working very closely with the rest of the world to reach that last mile, to reach complete eradication of the polio. It's important that we realize that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Let me turn to the Korea's efforts on promoting SDGs and multilateralism. Maybe this slide is the most important slide in my presentation. The ambition of the Korean government is to become a global pivotal state. Global pivotal state can mean many things. It shows Korea's aspiration to play a leading role, to promote global values which include rule of law, peace and security, democracy and human rights, among others. In particular, with our ambition to become global pivotal state, our priority is to contribute to achieving the SDGs by scaling up our ODA, to meeting the expectations from the global community as the 10th largest economy in the world. It also shows that Korea's strong commitment to work closely with the countries that share same global values to strengthen the rules-based international order and multilateralism. Korea's development cooperation will be a key instrument to achieve these aspirations. Lastly, as a Director General of a Development Cooperation Bureau, let me further elaborate on some of the development priorities of our current administration. There are four key pillars of our ODA policy direction. First one is our ambition for the ODA volume as a whole. Second one is our focus on tackling the global challenges. Then third, our focus on global values. And fourth, our ambition to become more efficient and effective at the field. Firstly, the ODA volume. Korea came a long way since Korea joined the OECD DAC in 2010. The total volume of ODA reached $2.86 billion in 2021. Average annual growth rate of ODA since 2011 is 11%, which is second highest among the OECD DAC members next to Hungary. The Ministry of Finance announced next year's budget. The numbers are not final yet, as the budget package is subject to the approval from the Parliament. However, one thing I can tell you is the proposed ODA budget for next year went up by 14.2%. And although the next year's government expenditure overall will be 6% smaller than this year, Korea is tightening our belt because of difficult economic situation, but ODA budget is an exception, and which is a clear indication that Yoon Suk-yeol administration really is dedicated. Second priority is tackling the root cause of global challenges. We provided $100 million to support Ukraine, which is perhaps the largest contribution we provided for a single country in the same year. We are scaling up our investment to fight a pandemic as well, on top of our existing $210 million contribution for the COVAX. Korea recently pledged another $300 million for Act A, which is the mechanism to fight COVID-19. The third area of focus is our commitment to promote global values. Our focus on global values, such as human rights and rule of law, is coming up many places in my presentation, but it's really at the heart of our development the development goals. The last priority is the strengthening the core competencies of our development agencies, in particular KOICA. KOICA was founded in 1991. Last year was KOICA's 30th anniversary. KOICA came a long way since then, but there is a room for improvement as well. In particular, scaling up its expertise in various thematic areas, and also KOICA is focusing on further strengthening on its work at the country level. In order to enhance core competencies, Korea is developing various tools to scale up its work with the private sector as well under its development innovation programs. In particular, KOICA is scaling up its investment to support the startups and social enterprises. I will stop here. Thank you for listening. Thank you, moderator, for giving me a chance to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Without summarize, I'm going to ask the four speakers, including the keynote speaker, one-word response to my two questions. Very simple questions. The first question, what do you think is the most important obstacle against multilateralism? Two, the second question is, what is your one-word answer to solve that obstacle? That's right. Mr. Governor Yuzaki, two
yes, well,
words.
If we have that answer, all the world's problem will be solved in in 2 minutes. But well, I see in the current situation the Security Council, structure of Security Council, is now the biggest
problem.
Big
Okay.
problem.
And how to solve that?
Yes, and the answer, I mean, the solution, I think, is to be more aware of human security as opposed to national security.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Zahedi? Biggest obstacle and your solution?
What we see, Madam Moderator, is there is not a huge amount of government appetite for binding anything. I think that was your word, right? How can we make it binding? And we see almost no appetite amongst our member states for high ambition binding agreements on any of the areas that we're working on. Where does that lead us? And I think it leads us to where the current Secretary General was also indicating with his common agenda of this slightly more nuanced network multilateralism that takes the entirety of decision-making, doesn't place it entirely in the bilateral governmental sphere, as DG Doyen also said, but also looks to how you roll out the SDGs and the climate agreement through business, how you roll it out through finance and the capital markets, how you better integrate it into trade agreements, including regional trade agreements. So it's really that networked multilateralism that we believe holds part of the answer to a very difficult question that you asked.
Thank you. Ambassador Kim Suk.
We have mentioned 3 pillars of United Nations. I will say 2 things, the most serious problems. In terms of security, I think inaction and paralysis of United Nations Security Council is the most serious problem. And secondly, for the development pillar, I think, well, it has been raised in the morning. Filling up the gap between pledges and implementation. This is the problem that we face, well, not only for the sake of the developing countries, but also for the developed countries. What is the answer? I don't have. But if I must, I will put up with that revolutionizing change of way of thinking among leaders of the world. The leaders of the world can prevent the war. Even World War I could be avoided by if the leaders at the time could decisively and wisely. And well, in 60 years ago, Cuban Missile Crisis was avoided and prevented by the wise decisions of 2 leaders, John F. Kennedy and Khrushchev. I think at the moment, leadership is a very important one.
Okay. Director General Won.
Yes, among others, I think the biggest obstacle, I would say, is a trust deficit the multilateral system is facing, and prevailing pessimism, perhaps. And I think the best way to overcome this obstacle and gain confidence is to engage external stakeholders and engaging these partners, outside stakeholders in the decision-making process, and as well as the implementation process of SDGs will help UN and multilateral system to gain its confidence. Thank you.
I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to moderate the session. I want to thank the speakers and all of you for joining us. I think this is not an easy topic. I think we all agree that multilateralism is the way to go, but how to get there is not an easy way. I do hope that all the different responses that we got from the speaker hints you at the different ways to get there. I would suggest that we all work together, network, and I in particular want to appeal to the young members in the audience that we need leaders, we need top leadership and the institutions, but we also need individuals to be involved and be engaged in this endeavor to bring peace and sustainable development. I thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you.
네, 진행에 수고해주신 김은미 총장님과
Thank you very much,
의견을
moderator
나눠주신
and speakers and discussants. Please give them a big round of
네,
applause.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 이것으로 Trans-Pacific
With this, we will conclude the third plenary session.
하겠습니다. 10분간 휴식
We will
후
take a
3시
10-minute break
15분부터 다음
and
세션을
we will
이어가도록
begin the
하겠습니다.
fourth plenary
We'd like to have a
session.
short break now, and then we will resume the next session at 3:15 sharp. So see you then.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 3시 15분부터 다음 세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 혹시나 서 계신 내빈이 계시다면 자리에 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. The next section will begin shortly, so would you please be seated for the next session? 네, 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다. 네, 여러분 협조 감사합니다. 그럼 지금부터 Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue Plenary
Now we are going to start plenary 4
Green Korea and SDGs in North Korea
of Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue. In this session, we are going to discuss KEI, Green Korea, SDGs in North Korea. The moderator of this session is Chang-won Lee, president of the Korea Environment Institute. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. As you introduced, my name is Chang-won Lee. I'm so glad to be invited to this meaningful event hosted by Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future in Asia Pacific Research Center and at Stanford University. For those of you who are not familiar with my institute, KEI, I'd like to briefly introduce you KEI. As the name says, it is an organization that researches environmental policies. This is a national think tank of environmental policies. We have 300 scholars and researchers in KEI. We are covering all types of elements of environment, including climate change, biodiversity, circular economy, and so on. The list goes on and on. So we are researching and studying all types of environmental policies. It is also important to note that we are not only working on environment, but on sustainability. The Korean government develops sustainability plan every 5 years, and it is commissioned to outsource to KEI. And every 2 years, performance review is conducted, and it is also outsourced to the KEI. And we have a headquarters for sustainable development. So once again, KEI is not only working on environmental issues, but on social issues and environmental issues. In that sense, it is very meaningful that we can join you in this plenary session. Okay, that is all for the introduction of the KEI. In this session, we are going to discuss topics related to those that are every year covered in KEI Green Korea. KEI Green Korea is an annual event where participants discuss how we can make Korea greener. So in this session, we are going to discuss ideas about how to make Korea greener. In this session, specifically, we will talk more about North Korea. And North Korea is our brother country in a sense, so sometimes it is sad that North Korea is just suffering. When we say Green Korea, by Green Korea, I mean not just South Korea, but North Korea as well. So in this session, we are going to discuss SDGs in North Korea's sustainable development. We have 4 speakers for this session. Let me briefly introduce you the 4 speakers right before their own presentation or comment. The keynote speech will be made by Songjin Kang, professor of Korea University. Professor Kang is a well-known expert in green growth in Korea, and he is a member of government-funded organizations, and he has been serving as a chair of those organizations. He's also a consultant for environmental issues, and he's also the president of Sustainable Development Research Center. His topic today is very interesting. When we study North Korea, we always experience unavailability, lack of availability of data. So he's going to share with us some data on sustainable development of North Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Songjin Kang, professor of Korea University. Today, in my keynote speech, I'm going to share with you some of the research results of North Korea. And I have co-authors. As you can see on this slide, I'm going to share with you some implications of this research. I studied economic growth at school. So when we view North Korea, especially researchers in my lab, when they look at North Korea, we take a global standard approach. So in terms of sustainability and sustainable development, we wanted to look at North Korea. And the research results will not beat your expectation. Before sharing the results with you, I'd like to show you how we calculated the indicators. As you can see here, when it comes to sustainable development, we always talk about the report, Brundtland report. In that report, it was commonly mentioned equality between generations, but there was a step taken further from there. In 1992, a professor said economic efficiency, eco-friendliness, and social development should be three pillars in our pursuit of a common future and common goals. And here comes what you are familiar with. SDGs are the more articulated agenda of those common goals. North Korea is making its own efforts. North Korea announced that it would participate in adopting the SDGs. That is why it is making a report on SDGs on a regular basis. As the moderator said, on the Korean Peninsula is the only divided region in the world. And medicine data, as you can see on the screen, is the only data that can tell you some of the data about North Korea. Its GDP back then was $624. As of 2016, GDP per capita in South Korea was $36,000. In North Korea's GDP per capita was $1,720. Let's take a look at the graphs. This is one of the most frequently asked questions. What is the real GDP per capita of North Korea? What is the nominal GNI per capita of North Korea? And UN CTAD and Bank of Korea published some of the data related to this GDP and this GNI. South Korea thinks North Korea's real GDP is about $1,400, but UN's figure is lower than that. It's about $750. But overall, North Korea's GDP per capita will not be over $1,000. But as you know, North Korea never publishes official data on its GDP per capita. So UNCTAD and Bank of Korea, all they can do is estimation. So the goal of this research, our research, is to find out the sustainable development status in North Korea. So we decided to use 17 SDG goals. We are not the first team to do this. In 2015, Jeffrey Sachs made an annual report. On the picture, red means bad, green means improvement. I'm not going to go into detail of the methodology because we don't have enough data of North Korea. We don't have enough data to create index. But at least by color, you can see which development goal is worsening and which development goal is improving in North Korea. But at least we wanted to compare North Korea with other countries around the world in sustainable development goals. So we acknowledge that we don't have enough data on North Korea to create sustainable development indicator that can be applied to North Korea. But still, we wanted to collect as much data as possible on North Korea. I think we had the most extensive data on North Korea compared to World Bank, on other international organizations. We collected data on North Korea from World Bank, FAO, ILO, and UN SDGs. And we also defined a time period, which is from 1990 to 2020. And we also used interpolation method. If you need more details, we can share our research results or the research methodology with you. You may ask how many collection methods we used. First, we looked into the number of indicators. There were 247 indicators. As you can see on the table, there are categories and there are goals. Even if we have data, we need to have enough time periods. So overall, we used 247 SDG indicators. The methodologies, it will give you a headache, so I'm going to skip that. So for each goal, yes, there were 17 goals, and there were 247 indicators. Goal number 1 is about no poverty. If data goes up, it means improvement. If the graph goes down, it is exacerbation. The working poverty rate decreased from 21.77% in 2000 to 16.81% in 2019. Goal 2, if you look at the goal 2 graph, there is a red circle. This is a period in North Korea that they call the March of Hardship. And next, goal 3, we didn't have enough data, but still we were able to see the overall trend. The overall trend was worsening. And clean water and gender equality was worsening as well. And clean water improved after 2015. There is a fluctuation, though. Next. Goal 7. It's about affordable and clean energy. We didn't have enough data for this goal, but as you can see, the overall trend is improving. Goal 8 is about decent work and economic growth. There is a fluctuation, but as you can see in the graph, goal 8 is stagnating. Next goal 9 is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Maybe the result was affected by availability of data, but in recent years it is worsening. The next goal, reduce inequality, it used to improve before getting worse. Next, sustainable cities and communities. This goal is experiencing fluctuation. Next, responsible consumption and production is fluctuating as well. This research results are different from those of Jeffrey Sachs. Jeffrey Sachs compared year-on-year difference, but in reality, if you look at time series, you realized, especially between 2000 and 2005, you can see improvement before exacerbation. Next. Climate action. In 2006 and 2007, the goal was worsening, but it improved after that. I will tell you more about it at the end. And CO2 action and climate actions, to improve them, there are two options. You can either do nothing or to pursue innovation. I think the former applies to North Korea. So here we often use CO2 per capita to come up with the indicator result on climate action. We didn't have enough data on life below water in North Korea. Life below water, this goal was worsened until the 1990s. Next, peace, justice, and strong institutions. We didn't have enough data for that as well. Next, partnership for the goals. Let's look at the red circle. You can see the spike that happened because ODAs, an increase in ODA. North Korea and developing countries, they don't have enough data available for outside the world. That can result in a severe fluctuation, which eventually has an impact on the overall research results. So red circle represents a severe or significant increase in ODA. There are many methods to drive SDI. We did this research for South Korea, China, Vietnam, and Laos. Our conclusion is that North Korea has a lot of fluctuations. Let's take a look at the green line that represents Sustainable Development Index. In 1994 and 1995, it went down and it went up again after that, and then it went down and before going up again. When sanctions started, we continue to see fluctuation, but overall, the line goes down. The lines, if the other countries' lines have closely related to GDP per capita, but it doesn't have the similar impact on North Korea. And GDP per capita, it remained almost flat too, but it went down in this time period. I'm going to show you other countries' graphs. But compared to those countries, North Korea doesn't offer consistency, but here we have to consider data on North Korea is not available enough. That is why we may see more severe fluctuations in SDI when it comes to North Korea. So we applied a different method, but still, even with the different methods, North Korea's fluctuation was more severe compared to other countries. Especially after 2010, the fluctuation became more severe. But when economic and social development indicators were aggregated, the fluctuation graph may look different. We also did a similar research for China and South Korea. Let's take a look at the graphs. The upper graph is about China. We calculated SD index, and at the bottom line is GDP per capita. As you can see, GDP per capita goes up, but there is a fluctuation in the middle. That is when an earthquake took place in China. But as you can see in the graph, SDI is increasing consistently. This shows that Sustainable Development Index can represent development of economy. The bottom graph represents South Korea. As you can see, there are two troughs. One of them is 1998, when the Asian financial crisis happened, and the other is 2008, when the global financial crisis happened. But in conclusion, in terms of SDI, South Korea, as well as China, are improving. So when it comes to sustainable development, South Korea and China shows similar trends. And this shows Sustainable Development Index is significantly affected by economic growth. Next, conclusion. North Korea has some of the goals, SDG goals, that improved, which include climate action. But in quality education and life on land, North Korea's SDG goals declined. And goal 16 is about corruption. And we were able to see North Korea's goal 16 indicator improved. North Korea's climate action goal improved, not because there was a related policy, but because of some of the economic impact. We wanted to research Asian traditional countries such as Vietnam and Laos. We also calculated Sustainable Development Index of those countries. But still, we don't have enough official data released by North Korea, so we collected data on North Korea from international organizations. We will continue our research on North Korea, so if you have any good ideas or information or data on North Korea, please let us know. And if you need my research results, I'm going to share I'm going to share that with you. So he worked on an extensive network of data to give us a brief description or brief look into North Korea. We often say, if we cannot measure, we cannot manage or control it. To support North Korea, we need as much data as possible. And I look forward to more work on data collection on North Korea.
다음은 세 분의 패널리스트들의 발표를 조금 듣도록 하겠습니다.
Next, we are going to listen to the presentations from the three panelists.
그래서 지금도
The
굉장한
Korea
긴장 관계를 갖고 있고
and North
모든
Korean
교류가
relationship
남과
is in
북의
specifically
교류가 지금
difficult
중단되고
situation.
커뮤니케이션도
All
중단된
exchanges and
상황입니다.
communication
이런
between the two
경우에
Koreas
이런 중간
are
중간에
now
맺는 식의
stopped.
이런 그 공백이 있는데
So we
이런
have
기간
years
이런
of
기간들에
period
외국
during which we don't really
그래도
interact with North
북한과
Korea.
소통하면서 여러 가지
But
자료와
foreign institutions and international organizations
오늘 이제
are
패널리스트로
interacting with North Korea to pursue cooperation. And we invited very important organizations. The first organization is Hans Seidel Stevens Foundation. The first panelist is from this organization's Seoul office, Dr. Hannibal Bernard Siliger. This foundation's Seoul office is especially playing a very important role. Dr. Zeliger himself has long years of experience in cooperation with North Korea, and he has been conducting various activities like surveying the status of North Korea. He actually visited North Korea before. He is also operating capacity building programs as well for North Korea. Actually, I wish we had Dr. Zalinger in person here, but he had to go to Germany for a business trip. So he sent us a pre-recorded video as presentation. Let's meet him through the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello everybody. My name is Bernhard Seliger, and I'm here to discuss the paper of Professor Kang Sung-Lin on the evaluation of sustainable development goals for North Korea and its implications. I'm very sorry to not be with you in person, which was unavoidable, but I'm very glad to be invited here to the Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue. I think it's a very important dialogue, and we deal here with a very important topic. And I would like to start with the question, can we really measure the Sustainable Development Goals? And as an economist, I must admit, I'm to some extent skeptical as well regarding the possibility to measure SDGs correctly, as also the question, how can we interpret them? Just to make one obvious example, if we talk about inequality, what is better, an unequal but rich society or an extremely equal but poor society? As the saying goes, socialism always achieved that everybody was the same equally poor. And that is actually a thing you can also see in North Korea. So that's the one thing. But the other thing is really, can we really measure them well? And I think we see in the example of North Korea that there is trouble brewing. On the one hand, the SDG became by now one of the most important yardsticks of development, as you might say. But the measurement is difficult in the best cases in countries where you have a lot of data available, where you have transparency, where you have freedom to do additional surveys. But it's even much more difficult in closed societies. And then it might be most difficult in North Korea, which might be qualified as one of the most closed society. So that's why you please allow me to be skeptical on some of the results. And I was very interested in what Professor Kang presented here, but I will show you some of the trouble I see. If we look at the goals number 1 and 2, for example, no poverty and zero hunger, we see here, if we see the no poverty goal, basically in the 1990s, it could not have been measured. From 2002, we see a short upswing from 2000 to 2002. That is true. That was basically the end of the Ades March situation. And then suddenly we see that it goes down again around the year 2007 to an extent that it is much lower than 1990. And I think to 1995 and 2000. And I think that is not warranted. That would mean that the people in 2007-8 lived worse than in 1990. I'm sure that's not the case. Equally, if we look at the zero hunger goal, we see that basically the situation until 2020 is flat here, and so that the hunger crisis to some extent subsided. But if we look at current World Food Program data, we see that in the last years, starting from 1919, we have a continuous uprise of those households who have very bad food consumption or bad food consumption. That's the red and the yellow bars here. And in 2021, in the early period, we find that basically 96% of population are in a bad or very bad or sufficient or very bad situation. So this does not conform to the data taken here in the top. And similarly, we see a questionable result, I would say, in quality of education. Again, until 2006-7, it's not measured at all. And then we have a certain upswing, and then it gets dramatically down. I've been myself very often in North Korea, and occasionally in schools. I observed school children. I have been in universities. And though there might be certain problems with the quality of education, and there's certainly much to reform, I don't see where this dramatic downward slope in the educational sector from 2015 comes. Just from the outside scene, even we have certain improvements, like we have the extension of school education by 1 year, etc. So I'm not really sure on what this data is based. And to take a third example, we have the affordable and clean energy. Again, I'm not 100% sure what's measured, and I would presume again that until 2005, things are not measured at all. But then we have a continuous improvement of the energy situation until around 2018. And at least regarding the quality of energy, clean energy, I doubt where this comes from. The improvement of energy in the last years, basically after 2016, came from the fact that North Korea stopped to export most of its coal. There were still illegal exports of maybe between $100 and $150 million. But before there were exports of more than $1 billion to China. This stopped, and the coal was largely consumed domestically, but it's a very dirty form of energy. And you see that as well as a state powered grid. Here we have pictures on the left hand from the power plant at the Potonggang, and on the right hand we have a picture of North Korea, which I took myself in 2018, when the whole sky was really slurred by this dirty air which we had, and the air was a result of burning coal. And it's even much worse if the people burn the coal dust themselves, these big heaps you see in front of individual households. So I really wonder where the data for this comes from and how reliable it is. And even if we say we use international data, WHO data, it's World Food Program data, we shouldn't forget much of this is also based on domestic data. Now, are the sustainable development goals then still useful, or are they not useful? I think they are very useful in working with DPRK. And there's a reason for this. North Korea accepted the SDG and is relatively familiar with them. It wants to be accepted in the international community, and it feels in many respects as a pariah. If you think of human rights, if you think of the missile issue, but the SDG are one field where they can say, yes, we are in accordance with the international community. And I think that helps us, for example, as an organization which until the pandemic was in North Korea and working there, because it was easier for them to accept cooperation and aid as part of international cooperation for SDG. And for us, it was very helpful also to overcome some departmental thinking. Every foreigner has usually one partner, in North Korea only, our partner being the Ministry of Environment. And there we were very, very restricted in what we were allowed to do. But with the SDG, we could say, well, as part of the work on SDG, we work on clean environment, we work on clean energy, we work on maybe zero hunger, etc. We couldn't work on all SDGs simultaneously, but we could have a little more comprehensive programs and could justify this with working on SDGs. So that was very helpful. And in the rest of my talk, I want to look at one particular important point where this comes to fruition, and that's disaster risk reduction. The UN decided the so-called Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, where how we measure disaster, like the number of deaths, missing persons, etc., the economic loss of disasters, the countries which are affected, etc., and relates this to the SDG. And North Korea itself started to work on this. And in 2019, late 2019, North Korea adopted a new disaster risk reduction strategy. After several years of preparation with the European NGOs, in particular the Swiss Development Corporation, UN organizations, the Red Cross, etc. And you could say that this topic was a kind of least common denominator of those interested in stopping all aid, including humanitarian, and those who wanted to come to full development aid. Now we have lots of disasters in North Korea: flooding, droughts, heat and forest fires, cold, food and nutrition. Just to give two examples, we have sometimes too much water, like in this example in Sombong, where in 2015 a typhoon took away a huge village and created a huge disaster, really. You see here on the satellite picture the village before and after the flooding, and many lives were lost in this disaster. And the village was completely erased, and it was rebuilt on the other side of the mountain. But again, this is a very risky position when the next mountain is affected by landslides. There's often too few water, like in this picture of Gangwon-do in June 2016, I guess, or 15, where all the rivers were practically empty and the rice fields were dried out. And people had to bring water from very, very far away. There are forest fires. This is a picture of 2011 where you see basically in spring the whole country is suffering from enormous forest fires in North Korea. There's deforestation. It's a cause of disasters, like there's no more ability to retain water. It's also a consequence of disasters because after the soil is gone away through monsoon rains, there's no more possibility to replant trees in many places. A karst formation sets in. And despite the afforestation campaign, deforestation continues in many places. So it's very difficult to see what is the net effect of planting trees if small trees are planted but big trees are still cut off. Last but not least, there are cold and long freezing winters, which are much greater concern now to people than climate change or too warm weather. This too cold weather really kills people and has the effect that many people for half a year are never ever warm again, with all the resulting consequences for human health and for human growth. And if the winter breaks in, as this picture shows near Hamhung, often people with completely insufficient clothing are climbing over mountains and for hours have to endure this weather. Some die of that. And then there are the food conditions. The World Food Programme, as I said before, estimates that more than 70% malnutrition is prevailing in North Korea now. At least now there seems to be more responsiveness to disasters. They're widely reported. There are large meetings on disaster prevention. And there are, for example, typhoon warnings, like here in September this year when the typhoon Hinamur came, or as the North Koreans said, typhoon number 11. So that's a good thing. And one thing which is very important in the national strategy for disaster risk reduction, which has been quite closely modeled on international models is that one important point was international cooperation. So to keep close collaboration with the UN country teams and NGOs to promote cooperation with international organizations and boost international and bilateral cooperation. I think these are very important points where SDGs can help us to come in and, in the name of disaster risk reduction, work with North Korea on a number of humanitarian issues which are related. And with this last word, I want to conclude. The SDGs are very important. If we can measure them in an exact way, as it has been attempted here, I'm not so sure, but I'm very, very happy that SDGs are accepted by North Korea because they give us an avenue to work on all these issues. And here you see just the issues we at Tansal Foundation work on clean energy, on climate, on life underwater, life in the in the country over water, etc. And I think that's very, very good. And I hope we can continue to work on that together with also our partners in South Korea. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Dr. Zelliger made comments on the presentation, keynote presentation of Dr. Kang. Measurement is always necessary, but there is no 100% perfect measurement. That's why we experience issues related to measurement. After we listen to all the comments from all panelists, Dr. Kang may respond to the comments from Dr. Zellinger. Dr. Zellinger made a very important point. SDG is a very important issue for North Korea from a perspective of disaster reduction and prevention. SDG has a great impact on North Korea. He also mentioned the acceptance of North Korea of SDG. He also mentioned the channel of international cooperation and aid for North Korea. Thank you.
Next, I'm going to invite the second panelist. He's from UN ESCAP, Mr. Kambold Bashanab, head of sub-regional office for East and Northeast Asia. The office was opened in 2012 in Incheon. Its members include Korea, North Korea, and other South Asian countries. The cooperation had stopped due to the sanctions against North Korea, so UN ESCAP's East and Northeast Asia office is the only channel through which cooperation activities can be done for and with North Korea. So it is an opportunity to hear about the cooperative activities.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank you, Professor Kang, and also our colleague Bernard for the very comprehensive presentation. So the Professor Kang's the keynote presentation gave us very clear picture. And did a wonderful comparative analysis. And I liked very much this approach. This is the comparative approach in the context of the sub-regional development on SDGs, focusing on DPRK. So I think your estimations do indicate some consistency with DPRK's recent voluntary national report they presented to the high-level political forum in July in 2021 in New York last year, the very first voluntary national review report on implementation of the SDGs by the DPRK. So those areas, the priority areas, the DPRK themselves acknowledged across this very important document, official document, do indicate the consistency with your overall estimations, the individual SDG goals, where they are fluctuating, as you said, worsening or increasing. So there's some consistencies. That's why I think there's the value of our joint analysis on SDG implementation through the data and statistics of DPRK. But also talking about the DPRK's SDG implementation and statistics, data, I'd like to quickly take you through our work, how we, UN Economic Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, assist the DPRK to implement the SDGs. Of course, not compromising the international community's the commitment on the sanctions. So, next slide, please. So, DPRK set up the National Task Force for Sustainable Development. This task force, chaired by the Vice Premier and Chairman of the State Planning Commission, Park Jong-gun. So, for coordination of work on SDGs, this task force consists of course, this State Planning Commission and National Bureau of Statistics and officials from even from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So they, as I said, the VNR report they presented last year described successes and lessons learned and challenges and way forward for implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm really pleased to acknowledge that UNESCAP was a part of team supporting and development of this voluntary national review of SDGs for DPRK. So, and in the report, they acknowledged that the task force, acknowledged that the SDGs aligned with its national development goals. So, and let me give you a few highlights from the Vienna report itself. So, national SDGs established the national SDG incorporating from the global SDGs. The Vienna report identifies energy, agriculture, water, sanitation, hygiene, and environment as the national SDG priorities. These national SDGs are integrated into the 2021-2025 five-year National Development Plan. Secondly, the national SDGs reflect the balanced approach, balanced development of economic, social, and environmental dimensions, taking the people-centered approach in line with leaving no one behind principle. Lastly, the report notes difficulties, of course, because of the sanctions, but it does acknowledge that the government is the main driver behind the implementation of the SDGs in cooperation with international community. So that's a very important message. So, and I very much agree with Professor Kang that there is a commitment on the side of DPRK to progress on implementation of the SDGs. And this Vienna report also demonstrates their commitment to engage with the international community to achieve those targets across the SDG goals. So in this regard, so UNESCAP, so we been assisting DPRK on several fronts. First is to improve the data and statistics for SDG implementation. So through knowledge sharing of international principles, standards, and practices. So we conducted a series of training for DPRK officials, first to develop the VNR report. So we held the training program in Thailand in 2029 and in Vietnam. Unfortunately, because of the COVID pandemic and further the geopolitical situation disrupted, but still we provide the training modules for them, for DPRK officials, for their self-placed training within DPRK. So second area we engage with DPRK, progress on the SDGs is environmental area, building resilience and ecosystem restoration, disaster risk management, and agricultural mechanization through our office in Beijing, the Beijing office, agriculture mechanization office. So I'm very pleased to note that in 2018, DPRK joined the Ramsar Convention on wetland protection with the very much the support from ESCAP. And then the connectivity within the country and within neighboring countries. So we also planning to provide some training modules on engaging DPRK with the international community on improving the trade statistics, adopting the international norms and standards on trade, and even transport facilitation. The next slide, please. So, overall, so our support for the DPRK at the sub-regional level, so we engage through two major important platforms. First is our annual sub-regional multi-stakeholder engagement on SDGs with our six countries, so and where DPRK also presents the status of development across the implementation of SDG goals. The last one, so we held our forum, we held in September, just last month in Mongolia, so where they also were a part of meeting and discussion. And the second platform we engage with DPRK is the Northeast Asia Sub-Regional Program for Environmental Cooperation. In short, we call it NIASPEC, which is the only intergovernmental mechanism involving all 6 countries addressing the challenges on environmental development, environmental protection across the different areas: air pollution, marine protected areas, the desertification, land degradation, air pollution. So, and then, of course, at the national level, so as I said, so we supported DPRK to develop this voluntary national review report in 2019. So a few recommendations at the end. The first, of course, the UN country teams' role is very important. So coordinating the programs and projects and support across many different areas. They engage with DPRK ministries and the municipalities, communities, institutions based on in the country. So there are 8 UN offices in DPRK. Currently, they of course most of their work from different locations because of the border closures, but their role remain very important. Most importantly, coordinated and more concerted work across the programs. And the last but not least is this our sub-regional official intergovernmental platforms where DPRK does engage. So on SDGs, the sub-regional multi-stakeholder forum, and this our Northeast Asia sub-regional program of environmental cooperation. So international mechanism involved all 6 countries, including DPRK, involved. So on this note, so really want to see more support from other member countries and also the other institutions and NGOs in the sub-region to support these mechanisms, further support this country achieve SDGs. Of course, not certainly without any harm, violation to the commitment on the international community on sanctions. So on this, I thank you for your attention. So, and I stand ready for any comments and questions. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. In 2021, a very important report was published. It's about 2030 agenda on SDG implementation. VNO was released by North Korea, and for that, UN-SCOP played a very important role. He introduced us UN-SCOP's role and the importance of VNO, and he also emphasized the importance of multilateralism, which we heard in the previous session as well. I think support for North Korea on its implementation of SDG is also aligned with what we discussed in the previous session. Actually, Gambold Basanov, he's an expert in Korea. He was an ambassador to North Korea, and he also played a very important role in diplomatic offices in North Korea. So he has extensive knowledge on both Koreas. That is why he is so qualified for being the head of sub-regional office for East and Northeast Asia. So I'd like to recognize his hard work.
The next panelist is Professor Lee Hae-won from Hanyang University. Professor Lee Hae-won is leading Asian Research Network. Professor Lee is also a leader in the research and activities related to sustainability. We would like to listen to Professor Lee's presentation.
This is Hae-won Lee. This is also my great honor because I never been to this kind of a symposium or conference. And I'm not an expert about North Korea, but luckily I was able to visit Pyongyang 2006 as a member of a delegate from Korean science and technology community. So based on that, also about a global network, I may give my opinion about how we're going to collaborate through the network. So my title is Encouraging Connectivity and Promotion of Sustainable Development Program, because encouraging connectivity could be the main platform. Without any connection, we may not be able to do something else. So for that, UN SDG could be quite important to attract North Korea and other countries as a partner to show up as a good citizen for the world. For that, I'd like to just show one slide which I took just a few days ago about Sustainable Development Report. As you can see over there, the North Korea in the far right at corner in red color. So that is quite challenging how Korea, including other countries, can help North Korea under the UN 17 SDGs. For that, probably there are many ways, as already previous speaker and other sessions, they talk about multilateralism and also connectivity and helping many things. But as a scientist, I'm a chemist, and then I've been to many countries. So from my personal opinion and also got some wisdom from my friends, I like to just emphasize what I'm thinking about the good relationship between Korea and other countries based on UN SDGs. There are many reports already. We know already, like North Korean report, national report, but I'm not talking about that because there are many reports about what the meaning of that national report, what they are aiming for. Of course, there are a lack of data and also infrastructure. It's not easy compared to other countries' capability, and also very isolated, North Korea. However, for showing up their report is to, as a member, maybe for the future, is to find out how they can get some support or international, attention. I think it's the first stage to come out of the isolated area and also work together with other country and organization. However, as a scientist again, I'm just a chemistry guy, and in science and technology and nanoscience, I already organized many meetings, and also as a president of Asian Research Network during last about 20 years, I met so many people. And as you can see there, the open knowledge platform. So this era now we call AI and fourth industrial revolution, many things, but all based on science and technology. Without any science and technology, maybe it's not so easy to develop what you are aiming for, including climate change, such as carbon neutralization or zero carbon, and also resources circulation. That's all related to science and technology. For that, once we have an open knowledge platform and inviting North Korean people through the certain platform together with other world organization or some other countries who are very close to the North Korea. In that case, maybe we can find certain global challenges, and also for North Korea, maybe sustainable socio-economic development we may, promote. So there is also, I think a UNESCO mission you are very much familiar with. I don't have to say too much about it. But there is a UN Secretary, under the UN Secretary General, the Scientific Advisory Board. I think that member from certain country, under the name of UNESCO, they can find many solutions and program, as already previous speaker talked about. So I believe this kind of thing could be very important. Let me take one example in case of ASEAN community. Already there are 10 countries. Maybe Singapore is one of the leading countries among 10. But people's mobility, without mobilization out of North Korea or with connectivity, moving together to see some place for sharing knowledge, for communication, for further connectivity, I think people's mobility could be very important, not only policy, without knowing, without touching, in trust. It's not easy to do it. So I wish this kind of, the one model from ASEAN community vision 2025 is one of a good example. But also we do have ASEAN plus 3 country, the cooperation. Very recently, they met together and they have many missions. What I'm saying is, let me just focus on, small regions. We say, not small region, ASEAN and Far East regional countries. They may get together, they may try to, promote or try to carry out many programs supported by government and organization and some institution. In that case, for instance, because I'm from science area, now science, technology, and innovation is a very hot issue these days. And I'm from university, so education. Many students from many countries who are now attending the classes. Maybe Ewha Women's University case, many students are working and studying and do many good things for their career path. So I think from science space, how the science and technology can do something for these SDGs. Again, I said from my title, connectivity. The connectivity, it is very important because those, as you can see there, I think all we are here because of a connectivity. Without connectivity, we have no chance to come here. So connectivity is the most important issue and agenda to find good opportunities. And also, we may do something together with from academia, private sector, and government, and national research institution. Those things should be combined. Again, let me focus with just one or two examples about mobility, brain circulation, and for knowledge sharing, and knowing each other, and then devoting yourself and ourselves for the country, for the world. In that case, the Erasmus program is a very well-known program in Europe. Someone said through Erasmus program, maybe it could be a kind of one good catalyst for uniting the European country because scientists without border, they can go and they can meet, they can do good things. So for that, there is another example of Campus Asia. The 3 countries first, China, Japan, Korea, Korea, Japan, China, either ways. So there is one good program called Campus Asia program. Now it is third phase, 12 year, 5, now 2. So Campus Asia program is to promote a global cooperation for students in Asian countries. Now in phase 3, 3 countries plus other Asian countries, the universities are working together and then they are sharing knowledge and exchange students. I think it is a good example. Maybe in the near future, this kind of things, maybe some program or workshop, something in certain, a common place to attract some students or some person. I was last year in China, in Tokyo, each 3 months for delivering idea, lectures, things like this. So even Corona situation. So I was extremely happy to meet, to talk, to share face to face. That's very important. This is another example, 2014, we have Korea ASEAN Summit. So I was an organizer and representing our Ministry of Science and Tech at a time for organizing Korea ASEAN Science STI Forum. So that we invite many people, and then not only from university, government people, and research institution. And then through that forum, we have another special roundtable meeting for discussion and to find a recommendation for ASEAN country, what we would like to do That's also another example how we can make another platform for inviting people not only from North Korea, from other countries who may we may educate, foster the young people for the future. That's quite important from my viewpoint. Now I have some recommendation, even I'm not an expert. I think already many speakers from previous session now encouraging connectivity as neighboring country. Yes, like plenary 3 sections, like global partnership and multilateralism. So, and also, as previous speaker mentioned, UNESCO, and also ATP, I told you, and the UNESCO. They can identify priority area, and then they can do several things. And promote education program for human exchange, as I emphasize it, and capacity building, not only science and technology, also other area too. And I would like to say that Korea is one of the leading countries for digital. So digital capacity building for digital transformation could be quite important. Of course, North Korea is not good about digital infrastructure, but nevertheless, for young people, sometimes later, they will leave with some digital apparatus. So digital transformation is one of a good issue, and maybe we may consider it. Finally, international institutions can be, as a cooperation, the leader. Again, the same, like a report. So engaging trilateral cooperation with the international financial institution to offer capacity building program and knowledge sharing project to North Korea could be quite essential. Lastly, as I said, the digital transformation. So we had IQ era, we have EQ era. Now, in coming soon, we have DQ era, like digital intelligence. So maybe this kind of digital transformation, we need digital knowledge and also some capacity building. I hope Korea and many countries, through with international organizations such as DQ Institute and other foundation, we may do something for not only North Korea, but also many other countries. For that, sometimes we need some strong support from National Academy of Sciences or Engineering. This case, National Academy of Engineering, where I'm belonging to as a member of engineering.
교수님 조금
Yes. Okay, I'll finish like this and like this. And also in Pyongyang. Finally, once again, it is my great honor to deliver my message. I hope this could be the way for having good networking. Thank you very much.
예, 고맙습니다. 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. He made presentation as a scientist, and he shared with us his experience of international cooperation and exchange in the area of science and technology and education. Thank you very much for your recommendation. I actually have to be the bad moderator because we have only 3 minutes left before finishing this session. I would like to give you 1 minute each to answer my question. So here goes my question.
좀 해소된다면은 아까 이영 교수님
Let's say we can ease tensions between two Koreas. If that can happen, which SDG area should be a priority area? So I will give you 1 minute each. Okay, let me start. Let's say if the sanctions against North Korea are eased, the biggest impact will be made on economy. I'm an economist, but I told you about electricity and data, lack of data. and deforestation, all of them are related to economic situations. In my research team, we used to talk about changeable regime. China, Vietnam, Laos, they are socialist countries, and I think we have to focus on the transition of those socialist countries. And the most urgent issue is lack of data. UN member countries are part of this effort, so we need more data on North Korea.
I think certainly we would like to complete our the program on supporting DPRK on data and statistics. Secondly, I would emphasize that the expand our work on support to DPRK on ecosystem protection and also disaster risk management, including the pandemic preparedness, involving maybe some training for medical personnel. So that would be another area. So we would love to look into if things become normal and manageable. Thank you.
Thank you. 지금 현장에는 안 계시지만은
Although Dr. Zalliger is not here, but I guess he might say that disaster risk reduction could be an idea. And Professor Lee, could you answer my question?
Like attracting those Korean scientists or young people to get out of North Korea to attend kind of some international community, including certain meetings, because they need to expose more, more than what they are doing in current situation. In that case, maybe we can do something for them for the future together with. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 시간이 딱 맞춰져서 제가 다르게 또 정리를 하는 것을
So we are finished on time, so I'm not going to give you a summary again. I'm not going to repeat what the panelists said again. So we had 4 speakers, including Mr. Habil Bonhard Saliger, who joined us via online. And I apologize for not giving the audience a chance to ask the panelists a question. And with that, I'd like to conclude this session. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chang-Hun Lee, for being a moderator of this plenary 4 session. Okay, this is the end of plenary 4. We are going to take a 15-minute break, and we will begin the next session at 4:45.
4:45. Thank you very much. 네, 곧 Plenary 5 세션이 진행될 예정입니다. 마지막까지 이 자리를 빛내주실 네 분께서는 자리에 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. The Plenary 5 session will begin shortly, so please be seated. 곧 시작하도록 하겠습니다. Distinguished guests and honorable guests, please be seated for the next session. 네, 지금부터 Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue Plenary 5.
From now on, we're going to begin the fifth plenary session titled Valuing Nature to Achieve the SDGs. I would like to introduce the moderator, Mr. Nicole Ardoin, professor in the Stanford Doerr School of Sustainability. Please give him a big round of applause and begin the last session.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is our closing session for the day, and we're delighted to have all of you with us. My name is Nicole Ardouin. I'm an associate professor at Stanford University in the brand new Doerr School of Sustainability, about which you've been hearing this week. We're thrilled to be here. And just so you have a heads up, we will be inviting some questions at the end of our session. So begin thinking about those now, take lots of notes. We're looking forward to having a dialogue with you. This is panel or plenary 5, which is valuing nature to achieve the SDGs. And I'm delighted to have a wonderful group of colleagues here with me this afternoon. We are going to start this afternoon with our keynote from Professor Gretchen Daly, who is the Bing Professor of Environmental Science in the Department of Biology at Stanford University. She is also the Faculty Director of the Natural Capital Project and the Director of the Center for Conservation Biology, as well as a Senior Fellow at the Woods Institute for the Environment. Gretchen's work focuses on valuing nature in decision-making in meaningful ways that help societies transform them toward green, inclusive pathways for development. As the founder and faculty director of the Natural Capital Project, Dr. Daly and her team work in partnership with many collaborators to mainstream the values of nature into planning, policy, finance, and practice worldwide. NatCap works in communities, institutions, and countries globally through its accessible and actionable science and tools. Gretchen has won numerous national and international awards for this work in ecosystem science and with the Natural Capital Project. Thank you, Gretchen, for joining us in the dialogue today. Next, I'll introduce the panelists who will be with us. Dr. Juan Pablo Bonilla is the manager of the Climate Change and Sustainable Development sector at the Inter-American Development Bank, and he brings more than 20 years of experience in environmental sustainability, climate change, and climate change initiatives in energy in this role. His work in leading the IDB's sustainable energy and climate change initiatives represents a major strategic step for integrating climate change and sustainability considerations into the bank's important priorities. Before joining the IDB, Dr. Bonilla was a senior specialist at the World Bank, and he was a member of the United Nations CDM Executive Board. In Colombia, Dr. Bonilla launched a number of sustainability and climate-related initiatives, including the National Climate Change Policy and National Biotechnology Policy. He was the principal advisor to the country's vice president. He also served as the Deputy Minister of the Environment and the Acting Minister of Environment, Housing, and Territorial Government. Thank you, Dr. Bonilla, for joining us today. And Chung-Ki Kim is the Senior Research Fellow at the Korea Environment Institute, or KEI. His research focuses on ecosystem services, nature-based tourism, climate change adaptation, and marine spatial planning. In this work, he has applied ecosystem services frames to marine spatial planning and other elements of marine work that you'll hear about this afternoon. He uses this to inform decision-making for sustainable management of marine and terrestrial ecosystems. He has played a leading role in many projects, including ecosystem service assessment at the national and regional levels, smart management of marine debris, integrated coastal zone management, and marine pollution preparedness and response. Previously, he helped develop the INVEST tools with the Natural Capital Project at Stanford, about which you'll hear today. He also did this working specifically in the Gulf of Mexico region of the United States, and we hope that we'll hear about that as well. Dr. Kim is a member of the National Wetlands Review Committee and the Marine Pollution Technical Support Council of the Korean government. He is a board member of the Korean Society for Marine, Environment, and Energy. For his work, he was awarded the KEI President's Award for his outstanding research achievements. Thank you, Dr. Kim, for joining us. So now I'd like to invite Professor Gretchen Daly to the podium to give her keynote. Gretchen.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I jumped the gun and moved it up here. Quickly, first of all, Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's been an exhilarating day together, and I look forward to the discussion that we'll have together after we hear these brief presentations. First of all, at one level, a lot of alarming things have been said. At the same time, a lot of inspiration has been laid out for the future that we could achieve if we come together with playing off of the presentations from this morning. If we increase ambition and commitment, if we increase cooperation, if we increase trust, bringing us all together globally to recognize our shared future and reach together in new ways to build a much better path into the future than we're looking at right now. So what I'd like to do is focus mainly on the positive, the opportunity ahead for us, and building again on what was said in the morning, say something a bit about what this could look like in practice. And I think the others on the panel will be doing the same. So the aim really is to transform to nature positive, basically regenerative development pathways. And just to say a little bit about the context and then illustrate how this could look at 3 levels with 3 quick stories at a city level, a country level, and globally. We'll dive into some examples. But first of all, with respect to context, I won't go into detail, but I know everyone this morning excused themselves for saying how grim the situation is on the climate front. Similarly, with respect to biodiversity or nature, it's almost unbelievable, but we're at a moment where we're driving biodiversity or nature writ large to the lowest level ever in human history, and with tremendous consequences. So I won't go into that much further, the science behind all of that, but just want to emphasize that all of us whether we lived in ancient times or whether we're here in modern times, whether we're rich or poor, whether we live in the vast, open, and more wild landscapes, or in megacities, we all depend intimately and utterly on nature for our well-being, for climate security, energy security, water and food security, livelihoods, health, and the more ethereal dimensions of well-being, the beauty, dignity, the spiritual experience that we can have in life. So given the risks, what I'd like to do now is just jump into, first of all, one of the blessings of the many risks that people are waking up to is that there's now sky-high demand for the kinds of approaches that in many collaborations and many partnerships around the world, the kinds of solutions that we've been developing. So we have a lot ready to deliver now that the need is much more widely appreciated for nature regenerative, nature positive pathways. So just to dive in, I'd like to, is it possible to bring my slides up? Well, I'll talk a little bit while hopefully the slides are being loaded. So what we'd like to do is build again on the morning's discussion, drive innovation in partnership to achieve this vision for inclusive green development. And second, demonstrate how to achieve that in partnership. So innovation, demonstration, and then scaling. And I should ask, if it seems like the slides are not available, then I'll continue, I suppose, without them. Does it look like the slides are available? I submitted them a few days ago. Okay, oh my gosh, okay. Then I think it would be great if we could load up the slides for the next speaker, for Juan Pablo Bonilla. And if those are not available, maybe he could quickly give them to you. And similarly for Chung-Ki Kim. So I'll just continue, I guess, without slides and try to make the story interesting without visuals. What I'd like to do then is say basically how this might look. What would nature positive regenerative approaches look like in practice? And one context where we're seeing a lot of innovation and a lot of scaling of impact, partly thanks to Juan Pablo Bonilla and the Inter-American Development Bank that he represents. It's in the context of water security for downstream users, whether in industry, in cities, which I'll highlight, in agriculture and irrigation, food security, in energy security through hydropower. More and more through the partnership that we've developed, the Natural Capital Project, we've advanced science to illuminate where in upstream watersheds, sometimes right near a city or downstream users, but in many cases, hundreds or even 1,000 kilometers away, we're able to illuminate where you would invest to achieve improvements in water quality, in timing of flow so that you have water year-round, even if the precipitation occurs only in a short period in the year, like in most places. And yeah, you have just more reliable supply. And there are now many cities and other downstream users, such as in hydropower, creating partnerships with upstream communities of land stewards, essentially rural people, farmers, ranchers, sometimes foresters, providing incentives to change their operations in a way that improves the quality, the quantity, and the timing of flow of water downstream. So this idea is an old one. It goes back at least as far as several hundred years ago, and probably much further. We saw it implemented in New York City in the late 1990s as one of the many iconic cases. And now we're seeing it implemented with a lot more science and a lot more careful targeting of investments in communities and in ecosystems to achieve these benefits across Latin America and the Caribbean, led again by the Inter-American Development Bank. And that's inspired many other places to adopt this approach. So across Latin America now, we have about 55 different cities, major cities, including the capital cities of many countries, engaging in this approach. And we're seeing standards developed for how it's implemented. The science has greatly advanced, the tools for targeting the investments, and the payoff is clear. So this is motivating across Africa and especially Asia, this similar type of investment. Okay, I'm going to move to a second context just to help bring home how this can work, and that is, oh wow, okay, great, thank you. So I'll just, if you're looking at the slides, let me see the time. I don't want to carry on too long, but this is a picture of how it could look in terms of partnership. Many research institutions and implementing institutions coming together to advance strategic demonstrations, all based on science and software that we have in a platform to make accessible and actionable by decision makers. And what I'd like to emphasize here is that over an arc of about 15 years of advancing this approach to driving innovation and impact, we're now working together more and more as a system, thanks to the leadership of Juan Pablo and others in the Asian Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, in different UN agencies, including the Global Environment Facility, in central banks, where we'll have a discussion tomorrow of the central banking system and the changes underway there, really innovative, being led by Chile and other countries. And finally, the private sector, the next real big frontier. Here are places around the world where we've implemented in different contexts, different sectors, economically, different kind of scales, country level, city level. And this is part of what's on the platform that really integrates, as was emphasized this morning, all of the realms of knowledge that we need to integrate in order to provide really strategic solutions. And so this I'm going to skip over quickly, but just showing the connections that need to be made through partnerships in order to achieve water security. Identifying where in huge watersheds and which activities require investment to achieve downstream objectives. Looking at a famous case in the Cauca Valley of Colombia, where each of those purple shapes is a watershed where every drop of precipitation, rain, or typically rain, will flow down to a common point, such as this city, Tuluá, and showing where in the city in that network of streams to invest and what the return on investment would be using the data and software in the platform under different budget levels, how much water quality improvement would be expected. And this now being scaled with the former president of IDB, Luis Alberto Moreno, and some other major supporters and the Natural Capital Project, standardizing the approach in terms of science, financing, and governance. So now I'm going to change to the next scale, thinking at the country level, there are many, many countries that have embarked on implementing this, and even the United States is embracing natural capital accounts as of just a couple of months ago. But what we're seeing most dramatically is really in China. And I'd like to showcase what's happening there at two levels. The first is emblemized by ecosystem assessment, guiding land zoning and livelihood security. And we see that in China, in an effort led by the Research Center for Eco-Environmental Science, part of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a massive effort to synthesize data for the entire country and for many sectors to quantify the provision of different benefits from all across the country at a fine scale in terms of data resolution, and guide investments in all of the kinds of benefits that are shown here, ranging from food production and carbon sequestration to flood mitigation. What we've seen based on that assessment and is use of those data and the sort of return on investment framework to zone the country so that today 50%, a little more, of the entire country is now zoned for regeneration with these high priority benefits as a major focus. But in all of the local areas, there's bottom-up approaches for identifying priorities, and many other benefits are involved. And we see, as part of this, over 200 million people now being compensated. So these are rural people whose livelihoods are risky at best, typically, now being compensated for improved management that regenerates ecosystems for the provision of benefits downstream, downwind, as well as locally. And then finally, at the global scale, there's a really inspiring advance being pushed forward now in tracking progress in all of this. How do we see how far we've come, how far we have yet to go? How do we guide really strategic decisions in where to invest to achieve climate security and all of the security in nature? So the idea is gross ecosystem product, a new metric that, based on all those data and the modeling tools in the INVEST software, we're able to construct a metric in parallel to gross domestic product, which informs so much financial policy. So gross ecosystem product is similar to GDP in providing basically a sum, an aggregate measure of all of the goods and services delivered through ecosystems to society, multiplied by some meaningful measure of the value of those benefits. So here you can see we have listed, for example, flood protection, air and water purification, crop pollination on the right, and mental health in parentheses as a frontier. So right now it's basically a lower bound estimate of the many values of nature to people. And we're developing new science to illuminate the mental health benefits of nature experience, especially in cities, and add that in the future. So this, just like GDP took many years to solidify, GEP is underway. The methodology has recently been approved. It illuminates these three things: the contribution of ecosystems to the economy and society, financial compensation among regions, like downstream, downwind, or otherwise sort of down in supply chains, recipients of benefits investing upstream. And finally, it's an excellent measure of performance for policies and the leaders meant to implement them. And we saw this approved by the United Nations Statistical Commission about a year and a half ago. And now other countries, including Colombia, are taking it up, and we're helping to advance their use of it. And so just coming to a close here, in terms of what the future could look like, there's, like I mentioned, sky-high demand, a widespread recognition with all the climate impacts, the pandemic impacts, and other extreme experiences that we discussed this morning. And there's leadership that I'll pass over to now in the Inter-American Development Bank, in the United Nations Global Environment Facility, the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, and other major financial institutions wanting to implement solutions at scale and advance ever more into the private sector, sort of indicated by that little New York Stock Exchange where some interesting developments are occurring. But we have the opportunity, thanks to these partners, to now implement rapid sort of natural capital approaches like I just illustrated in 20 countries over the next 15 months. And it's an arena where we might consider coming together to advance a more powerful team effort with more partnership, opening up thanks to this inaugural sustainability dialogue. The vision ultimately is to scale basically to all countries, but in a staged way and with about 50 countries in mind in the near term after this first set of 20. So with that, what I want to do is just thank you again and turn over to Juan Pablo to demonstrate how tremendous the leadership is in IDB and support of this now ever more widely shared vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gretchen. That was so inspiring and interesting. I love the descriptions that you gave of those specific projects and of how you're working to scale these nature-positive regenerative approaches to the SDGs. So, Juan Pablo, turning it over to you. Sounds good.
Okay, let's see if we have the, okay, perfect. First of all, I would like to start by thanking the organizers, the Ban Ki-moon Foundation, and Stanford, Gretchen, Mary. Thank you for the invitation and most important for your partnership. It's been a pleasure working with you and the team of Stanford in many of the things that I'm going to share. Let's start by talking about why is biodiversity important for development finance. This morning we talked a lot about climate, and many of the speakers mentioned in the morning how climate is transversal to development, and biodiversity has the same challenges. It's totally transversal. Many people talk about SDGs 14 and 15 related to biodiversity, but it's beyond that. And I would like to start by saying that the World Economic Forum, the Global Risk Report in 2020, highlighted biodiversity loss as one of the 5 threats for the world in the next 10 years. But at the same time, that over half of the world's gross domestic product is dependent on nature. Just to reinforce what Gretchen was saying, all the environmental services provided by nature accounted for half of the GDP. But I love the way, Gretchen, you talk about having a different way to start measuring economic development. And due to biodiversity loss, global economy could face an estimated loss of about 10 trillion. And for financial institutions, not only for us, for central banks, for ministers of finance, this translates into market and credit risk. And this is the most important part to then think about private investments and ESG investment in the future. Nature is underfinanced, but at the same time, only 2.5% of fiscal spending in the 50 largest countries is related to green initiatives. Although we saw this morning about green bonds and how we're moving, as you can see there is a lot of space to do investment in green economy. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, about 85% of biodiversity and ecosystems are already affected by climate change. And at the same time, biodiversity loss affects resiliency to climate change. So we start to have a cycle that is totally vicious. But at the same time, I like what Gretchen mentioned about the opportunity. Because for every dollar spent in ecosystem services restoration, you have about $30 of economic benefits in the different areas that Gretchen mentioned, in the provision of services for the energy sector, for agriculture, for our cities. So the big question is how to link this agenda with the climate agenda. And one of the first responses is that nature-based solutions could account for about 35–40% of the mitigation actions that we need in the next 10 years. And the second is how we can start valuing that. I think what you just mentioned, Gretchen, is so important. If we don't value ecosystem services and the natural intrinsic value of nature, we're not going to be able to introduce this into the economic and financial decisions. The Dasgupta report, I don't know how familiar you are with the Dasgupta report. It was published in 2021. It was a report done by the UK Treasury Department to establish and assess the economic opportunities, but also the economic losses by Professor Dasgupta. It was a very important report, and that report, I always said that it was equivalent to what Nick Stern did back in 2006 about the economics of climate change. Because for the first time, we're talking globally about the economics of biodiversity and how financial and economic decisions has to account what you just said, Gretchen. Is the value of ecosystem services, but at the same time, the intrinsic value of nature. So just to continue, I would like to explain in a few words how we're trying to mainstream biodiversity and nature into the IDB to support our region, to support Latin America and the Caribbean. We developed the sustainability department at the bank in 2015 after everything that we talked this morning, after the SDGs, the Paris Agreement. A very important meeting that we had in Latin America that year was Habitat for the Development of Cities, that was done in Quito. And also we had the COP of biodiversity in Mexico that year, and the main topic was how to mainstream biodiversity in key sectors. And at the same time, we have the Sendai agreements of natural disasters. So we try to combine all of these, just in our department, with a territorial approach. So as you can see in this chart, we have one area, housing and urban development, that is all the area to advance in sustainable cities. Rural development, we created the Amazon unit just to have an integrated approach for the Amazon countries. And then we have the climate division to support cities, rural development, but at the same time infrastructure, social, and the other areas of the bank. And that's where we started developing nature and biodiversity as a cluster transversal to cities, to rural development, linked totally with climate, but also being part of natural disasters and resiliency, and then to support the infrastructure area. So far we started this process in 2018 with the support of UK and France, basically to start mainstreaming biodiversity in our operations. In the last 2-3 years, we have approved about 30 infrastructure projects with nature-based components for about $1 billion. But at the same time, the second purpose was to start assessing the value of nature, as Gretchen mentioned, at the country level. I think Colombia is a good example with the National Planning Department, but at the same time, at the city level, and start demonstrating why nature is an asset, how we can value ecosystems, nature, and become that a new asset class to the New York Exchange. That's one of the projects that we have supported, the Intrinsic Value Exchange project. And we're going further right now with the Amazon initiative to tokenize, to start bringing digital approaches to indigenous communities. We're starting a pilot with OPIAC, which is an indigenous community in the Amazonia of Colombia, that we're going to expand to other indigenous communities with COICA, which is the umbrella that manages all the indigenous communities in the Amazon. So I was very glad to listen before about digital, because everything starts being connected. And just to finalize the chart, the only way to mainstream biodiversity is to start bringing little by little national planning, assessment of value of ecosystems, but at the same time, seeing how in the different actions, sectors and territory can include biodiversity as part of their development. So based on everything that I just told you of the evolution of the Natural Capital Lab at the bank with the support of Stanford, we have evolved to also have debt swaps for nature. We just finalized one for Barbados, and we're in the process to have a guarantee for Ecuador with the Ministers of Finance and Environment. And last year, the government of the UK asked the IDB to lead the joint statement on nature, people and planet for the COP26. So this was a joint effort with all the MDBs that we led, basically in 5 pillars: leadership, fostering nature positive investments, fostering national and regional level synergies, valuing nature, and reporting. And for this year, beyond Egypt, we're going to report on the COP15 in Montreal how collectively as MDBs we're advancing in these 5 areas. Now, I'm very glad to share this with you. We are the first multilateral development bank that is presenting to our board an action plan on biodiversity. We're presenting that to our board in the next 2 weeks with 4 pillars. The first one is mainstreaming biodiversity into the activities of the bank. We, as a multilateral, have a climate finance target of 35%, and we're going to add to that 5 more in nature, biodiversity, and green in the next 2-3 years. So the first pillar of the action plan will be to little by little include biodiversity in all the operations of the bank, as we are doing with climate. The second one is in countries, like the example that Grecia mentioned for Colombia. Innovative financing, again, valuing nature as an asset, and tools and knowledge. And we're calling ourselves the Rosetta Stone within the bank, because at the end, we need to develop a new wording, a new language, to make the sectors at the bank understand what this means. And not only the sectors of the banks, but also our countries. We developed at the bank a new platform with ministers of finance of Latin America and the Caribbean for climate and sustainability. We announced that at the COP. We launched the platform a month ago in Dominican Republic, and we had about 22 ministers of finance starting to discuss tools for climate, and I already told them that biodiversity will be a chapter to be included as the discussion. But we started seeing that we need to translate, that's why the Rosetta Stone that I put here, to ministers of finance, to people that is working in infrastructure in cities, what nature-based solution means and what are the economic benefits of this. It's the only way to do the mainstreaming at the bank, but at the same time at the country level. And to finalize, I'll talk about mangroves. I love to talk about mangroves. I grew up in a coastal city in Colombia, in Cartagena, and I live in Barranquilla, so I'm a civil engineer by training. But the mangroves are a great example of biodiversity service and nature. They not only clean the water, they have an amazing co-benefit for climate, but the most important thing for me at the bank is to make the link of mangroves with communities, is to understand how, for communities, fisheries are recovering in a very fast way and produce not only something to eat, but also the development of small enterprises, community-based enterprises for sustainable fisheries. And a beautiful project that we're doing with mangroves is in the city of Panama. I'm glad, Gretchen, that you mentioned the importance of cities. And this is a project that we're doing with the city of Panama for the Bay of Panama to first value the ecosystem services for mangroves, include this into the national policy and the city policy, and then see options and financial instruments for the restoration and conservation of mangroves. We're doing this with many authorities, national level, subnational level. Audubon is the implementing agency of the resources that we're putting because of the linkages of mangrove restoration with birds. So at the end, it's a good example, as you mentioned, Gretchen, of subnational, national level, but at the same time, a lot of work with communities. And to finalize, last week, I was in Buenos Aires at the C40 meeting. We have about 150 mayors in Buenos Aires. And we also, as the Inter-American Development Bank, brought about 40 mayors that are part of our network of cities. And at the end, I told the mayors in the closing panel the importance of linking biodiversity, climate, and social development. And I told them, listen, we talk about global public goods, but at the city level, the mayors are the only ones really able to put together the linkages of climate, biodiversity, employment, and people. So we put an example in Buenos Aires, in the Costanera Sur. It's a very nice natural area that they have in Puerto Madero. And a group of women is not only taking care of that natural habitat, but they are doing agroecological, I would say, crops, just to have something to eat. But the good thing is that they are doing it in a sustainable way, and the Hilton, that is in Puerto Madero, a very nice touristic area of Buenos Aires, is buying that to the communities. So we use that as an example that day to bring community level employment, restoration, and at the same time supply chain with private sector to say, listen, this is the way to go. So I would like to just finalize with that very local example when we're referring about global public goods. We need to act local to really have a response to the challenge of biodiversity and climate for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan Pablo. It was so inspiring to hear about the changes you're making at an institutional level, and then to end with that really specific example to see how it's working on the ground. So thank you. I'd like to invite Chunki to share with us some of the work you're doing in marine spatial planning, and we'll hear about some other examples and how this is working, bringing research to practice. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hi everyone, my name is Chunki Kim, and you may call me just CK. First of all, I really appreciate for all of you, you stay here very late. Many of you probably traveled a very long distance, and I know it's not easy time right now. And I also, I'm very sorry because you stay here. Because outside is so beautiful right now. It's right. It's fall is most beautiful season, and you should feel the nature here in Seoul. That's I believe that's a real, benefit value. If it touches you, we have a better management or plan, or it is preserved better. So that's it. And okay, my slides here. I worried because I'm not a Gretchen, so I cannot go without slide. Yeah, I was surprised. So, okay, it's a great honor to be part of this session, particularly with Professor Gretchen Daly. And also, I'm very happy to see my old friends from NECAP team. It was so great to see. And again, welcome all of you. I would like to talk about this ecosystem-based marine spatial planning in Korea. So this is a kind of interdisciplinary study. It's a really huge study, like about more than $10 million project. My talk will go this way. So I will start with a very brief introduction to marine spatial planning, MSP. Then I will talk about ecosystem service assessment, then talk about ecosystem-based MSP for decision making, and then I will summarize this talk. And as you see here, we really love to use the oceans, right? So Koreans love to eat all the, the fishes from from the ocean. So traditionally, as you know, we used the ocean for fishery and transportation and also recreational activities. And also there is some new demands like offshore wind energy generation. That's a kind of a huge issue in Korea. It's because the area is really, really big, and there is some kind of conflicts, among different stakeholders, so from different sectors. So that's another issue, and also desalination and so marine bio businesses, etc. So that kind of some new demands keep increasing here. So because of this reason, the competition for marine space is getting worse and worse, and competition is getting worse. So because of this reason, the health and sustainability of the marine and coastal ecosystems are threatened. So the SDG actually proposes this kind of sustainable management strategies to reduce the negative impact on the coastal and marine ecosystems. And also they really encourages evaluating the nature's benefit and also implementing ecosystem-based management approaches. So that's the kind of a big story. And actually about more than 70 countries already introduced this MSP to their oceans. So now Korean government. So the Korean government recently, it's 2018, they legislated the MSP Act. So this for the better management of the marine and coastal resources. So this MSP proposes a new paradigm, which is pre-planning and post-use system. So this is based on definitely the characteristics of the each of the marine space and also values of the marine ecosystems. So the bottom one shows how the Korea changed the policies to sustainably manage the land, coast, and the EEZ and the water columns and all the island. And so, because of this act, according to this act, the government actually funded this project to develop some kind of, the technical measures to implement this MSP for their national policy. So this is and then there is 3 major goals. That is assessment and valuation of the marine ecosystem service, and cumulative impact assessment, and also GIS-based integrated mapping. And also finally develop a decision support tool. So I would like to mostly introduce you some of the results of this project. So this is the first provisioning services. We mostly focus on the fish production from all kind of fisheries in Korea, including the offshore fishery and aquaculture. Aquaculture is a huge business actually. If you go through the Southern Sea, and the space is almost covered by the aquaculture farms. It's totally different from US and Europe. So in this study, we use the satellite images for identify the aquaculture farm, and also AIS data to identify all the movement of the fishing boats and the statistics of the national statistic. So because of this kind of information, we could come up better values for the fish production. So this example is just some of the statistics, but we definitely got a really good number for this because of this study. And also you see that there is some fishes, they are mostly come from our Korean oceans. So we love that one. I hope you have a chance to try. So the next one is regulating services. These are the actually key component, indicate the nature's functions and also sustainability. So for this one, we focused on the coastal protection services and climate regulating services and water quality controls. The left part indicates some sediment stabilizations for the coastal protection, and the right part shows the nutrient cleaning, nutrient removal services, and also carbon sequestration. So this is another example for the coastal protection. So in the middle part, the red part indicates the hotspots that provides most benefits protecting the coastal communities from the natural disasters like storms and the sea level rise. So we should definitely keep that area from the development. Okay, so I really like this part, So this is cultural services. We focused on the tourism and recreations. So for this one, we first try to figure out where people go and what they do actually. So we use the kind of a social network service, SNS photo data. So based on that data from like Twitter or Flickrs, etc. And then we figured out where people go. And also we analyzed the content of the photos, and then we figure out why to go there. So on the bottom, they shows some recreational activities, some educational purposes, or the sightseeing purposes. So we can figure out. I applied this approach to different area like Indonesia, where in the mountain, where the data very poor area, but it works very, very well. So I really like this kind of a new approach. Actually, this approach was developed by NetCap as Spencer Wood, my friend. So it was amazing. Okay, it's supporting services. So this is primary production. So I cannot read the numbers, but it's huge numbers. But I would like to tell you that the primary production around Korea is definitely several times higher than the other some average numbers of the oceans. So which means it's very productive, and this kind of information can be used to measure the productivity and also fishery resources. So it's very important. This is based on the kind of satellite images. So based on this one, we finally come up with a kind of economic values. So we economically evaluated all the ecosystem assessment that I just talked previously. So provisioning services, it's really hard for me to read. It's about $2 billion, and if you sum up, regulating services, it's about $12 billion. So cultural services is about $4 billion. So what I want to tell is the regulating services is definitely dominate over the other services. So it's definitely, and also let me a little bit talk more about the wetland area. So because wetland is really, really important in Korea, ecologically, socio-economically, and also historically. If you read the novels, that comes up a lot, So here we found that about $12 billion, it's huge. What I want to tell you is, we found that there is increase of $10 billion compared with the estimation in 2013. That's only over 10 years period. Do you know why these numbers come up? Because we have better understandings of the ecosystem functions and also their structures, and then we could come up with better numbers. And at the same time, socio-economic conditions changes, so we could incorporate more values like carbon sequestration and more cultural values, which was not counted previously. So that was surprising. And based on that one, we developed this kind of decision tool. It actually has been applied to many different decision contexts. That include siting, offshore wind energy generation, and also cost-benefit analysis of sea sand mining, and also some public water use permission, and MPA designation, etc. So this government tried to use this tool for the decisions for the local government and also national policies. So let me summarize it. So evaluating nature's benefits and implementing ecosystem-based MSP, it definitely ensures sustainable management of healthy and productive marine ecosystems. And also we found that, and previously also Gretchen stressed this issue, state-of-the-art techniques such as big data and AI algorithm, it definitely helps to increase the understanding of the ecosystem structure and function. So which actually helps a lot to discover the hidden values of the nature. Okay, finally, I would like to say that the stakeholder engagement is essential and really key component in ecosystem-based MSP. And also this science-based, as a scientist, I would like to say that science-based this kind of information definitely can help reduce some conflicts among stakeholders, different sectors. So there is some acknowledgement for this project, and thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. That was so interesting. I really I appreciate you talking about the decision support tools, and also I found it fascinating to think about the trade-offs. I think all of you talked about trade-offs at some point. So I know I promised those of you out there that you were going to have a chance to ask a question. So I'm going to give you maybe a minute to think about your questions. I know we are close on time. We started 15 minutes late, so I'm hoping we get 5 more minutes maybe. Great, great. So I'm going to ask one quick question, my lightning round here. I'm curious about all of you, what it was that brought you to this work that was very, you're really using theoretical and research-based methods and approaches, but bringing them in a very practical way to these practical solutions and on-the-ground solutions. So I'm wondering if in a minute or two, each of you could tell us what it was that inspired you to take this research-based approach to make a practical difference in the world. If you have an origin story for that, if you could share with us maybe a minute or two about that while folks in the audience are thinking about one question that they'd like to ask. CK, could we start with you?
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I trained as a physical oceanographer. I mostly play with the computers and the mathematics. So that's a little bit far. There was a gap between real-world decisions and science. So that's a starting point. But when I work with oyster reef restoration in Gulf of Mexico, and also when I working at the NetCap, I found that if we value the nature, that actually changes the people's mind. So that's much, it is much easier to communicate with the people if we have a better technology and that works, that they can value well the natures, and then it's better to influence to the people. And that actually changed the policy and changed the world. So because of that reason, I really love this kind of work. So that's a kind of motivation. Thank you.
The question is nature, right? No, for me, I'm a civil engineer. As I told you, I love to measure everything. And I came to the ADB to develop the Sustainable Energy and Climate Initiative, and it was easier to measure reduction of emissions from energy than anything else. And then when we started talking about nature, somebody that I love, that unfortunately died, Thomas Lovejoy, Tom did a very good evaluation at the bank, and he told me once, what you're doing for climate, to mainstream climate, the next step at the bank is to do it for nature and biodiversity. And I said to Tom, yes, but we need to measure, we need to value this. And that's when we came with the idea of developing the program that we started with Stanford.
Hey, and I'll start even further back. It's fantastic hearing your stories. And go to my high school chemistry teacher. And it actually makes me think about the youth track and how to inspire action on the part of the youngest generations. So I was living in West Germany where there was a lot of acid rain and horrible effects. And it was hard to believe as a teenager that acid was coming out of the sky and nobody seemed to be doing anything about it. But this teacher helped me do a little tiny project, and that kind of got me underway being a scientist. But then I think realizing every day since becoming a scientist how science is only a tiny part of the solution, and we really need to team up much more widely and learn one another's languages in different areas of practice, and always be looking to the young people for energy and new ideas, and pushing the rest of us to change.
Thank you all. We are going to end this long and amazing day with a question. Yes, I see someone in the front, and I believe that there's a microphone being carried to you. So you're going to get to close us out this afternoon. Thank you.
There we go. This is for Juan Pablo. Your description of what's happening at IDB is very, very impressive. I was curious. I mean, large institutions generally are resistant to change, even to good ideas. And so I was curious if you could describe what it was, some of the challenges you faced, how you were able to, you and others, I'm sure, were able to get the IDB to embrace this so fully.
No, thank you. It's a very good question because first, it takes time. But what I've learned in these years at the bank is that you need to listen a lot. And instead of imposing, every time I listen to somebody from my team saying, this is the right thing to do, and I'm going to tell them that they need to do A, B, and C for climate and biodiversity, I said, no. You need to first listen and understand the priorities of a sector. When we started with energy, transport, water, because we started everything with the infrastructure department first, I said, listen, we need to understand what they're doing. Going backwards, when I was in Colombia, I had to lead the merging process of the Ministry of Development with Environment. So I learned a lot in that process to listen the other and then see how environment was a transversal issue, not a sectoral approach. So at the bank, I've said to all my colleagues, listen, you need to understand the priorities of the other to then see how to mainstream. But in addition, you need to establish the right incentives. So when we started this department, I said to the climate group, you are not going to lead any operation at the bank from now on. And they were very disappointed. I said, you need to be somebody that supports all the different areas of the bank. And that is related with budget. At the end, everything is related with budget. So I pushed to create a new type of budget at the bank just to support transversal areas. So now I have the climate division and the new group of biodiversity with specialists in the countries, but at the same time in every sector, supporting all the operations of the bank, not leading operations. Because otherwise you start fighting with everybody instead of cooperating in a transversal way.
Great. Well, I saw several more hands, but I will encourage you to find these good people at dinner. So thank you so much to everyone for sticking out through this long day. Thank you so much to our incredible panelists. We really appreciate all of your wisdom, and we look forward to seeing all of you at dinner this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, speaker, and panelists. Please give them a big round of applause. With this, we will conclude the first day of Trans-Pacific Sustainability Dialogue. We have finished all the sessions for the first day. Thank you very much for your participation online and offline. Let's give a big round of applause to each other.
Applauding each other for the hard work today. That means you nailed it and you made it gesture. Thank you very much. 내일은 장소를 옮겨서 이화여자대학교에서 2일차 행사가 진행될 예정입니다. 계속해서 많은 관심과 사랑 부탁드리겠습니다. 지금까지 저는 아나운서 오주원이었습니다. 여러분 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 계속해서 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 오늘 저녁 만찬에 초대되신 내빈께서는 진행요원의 안내에 따라
If you are invited to dinner today, please follow the instructions of our staff.
룸으로 이동해 주시기
And please
바랍니다.
move to OP
Let me give you
room
an
for
announcement
dinner.
for the dinner schedule. Guests invited to dinner tonight, please follow the guidance of the host and proceed to the Orchid Room on the second floor of the Westin Joseon Hotel, located right next to this hotel. Let me announce you one more time. Let me give you the announcement for the dinner schedule. Guests invited to the dinner tonight, please follow the guidance of the host and proceed to the Orchid Room on the second floor of the Westin Hotel, located right next to this hotel. I hope to enjoy your dinner. Thank you very much.